Everybody out there enjoying this beautiful, delicious bull market? I know I am. I'm just sending this link to this live stream to everybody. If I'm live. Yay, I'm live. Look at that. Just sending it's a miracle. This, link to this live stream. It's the year 2021 and it's still a miracle when the internet works. Let me just send this out to everybody. One moment, y'all. Send this stream out to your friends, your family, your loved ones. Send it out to people you hate. Send it to everybody. Let's get some viewers. Got some good clickbait in the title. Juicy. Hate doing that crap, but maybe the algorithm will shine upon us. Send this somewhere else. There we go. And then we'll give it the old retweet. I'll start answering your guys' questions in a minute. Sooner even. Ooh, I didn't tweet it yet. Let's give it a tweet. All right, it has been well shilled everywhere. So guys, how's it going? Let's see if YouTube gave me a bearable title to my video, or if it gave me a garbage title. If it gave me an old, nope, it gave me the accurate title. It's a miracle, a miracle. Very happy. Let's check out your questions here, everybody. I finally spent some money. Got a new watch. It's not a new watch. I don't like getting bad deals. It's an old watch. Want to see my new watch? New old watch? Let's take a look here. Bitcoin to zero, lol. Yeah, it's unlikely. I don't think it's going to zero. I mean, the funny thing is, like, nothing can go to zero because the exchanges won't let you place limit orders at zero, and therefore your limit orders at zero can't get filled because you can't make limit orders at zero. But yeah, can make them at like a penny or even lower, depending. So it can go as close to zero. Like we have seen flash crashes on different exchanges before. Like you'll see like crap coins that get hacked and then they just inflate the supply infinitely and dump them infinitely down to there's nothing left on the bid side. It's pretty funny when you see those inflation bugs. Someone says, I guess it's time to short. No, do not short crypto. You will lose all your money. Don't do it. Think about how many times you lost your entire stack shorting from 4,000 to 60,000. You lost your whole stack at 8, and then you lost your whole stack again at 16, and then you lost your whole stack again at 32, and then you probably lost your whole stack at 60. So you lost all your money over and over and over again. Something that can't happen to an unleveraged long or a spot holder. They can't get liquidated. So if you hold spot, you can't get liquidated. You still have your coins. So being long beats being short historically across like everything, which is why there's no shorts left. Smash the likes. Thanks, Maddie. Good idea. It's a good idea. Someone needs some sleep? Yeah. That would be nice. Good point. Someone needs to talk about, bro, can you talk about encapsulated stakes and the benefits? Yes, I can, and I will. I'm just reading all your guys' questions here. Rolex, someone says, yeah, I got a Rolex. Now I have 2 Rolexes, yay. Yeah, once every 20 years I buy one. What do we got here? How am I doing? I'm doing good. Working really hard. I'll tell you guys what I've been working on. Dan Emmons, nice to see you in chat, bro. Good to see you, Richard. I started reading the documentation of Solidity. Yeah, I mean, why not? It's the most popular smart contract language. It is garbage. It is horrible, terrible trash. However, it is what represents the majority of smart contract value in the universe, so it's probably worth knowing. Richard, are you planning on forking ETH? Yes. I'm going to fork ETH, so I'll tell you a little bit about it. Blink if this is live. There you go. Enjoy. Why would I people are saying this is pre-recorded. Why wouldn't I just do it live? I mean, sometimes I'll pre-record like an interview so that you can have 4K, but so for instance, you guys don't have 4K right now. Why? Because stupid Restream only supports 1080p. So you're only getting 1080p. But I've got a 4K camera and a 4K capture card and the best production value you can find, but I'm not streaming at 4K. So if you guys want to browse around and find out if Restream wants to re-encode my 4K and stream it to YouTube at 4K, but then downplay it for everybody else, I'm more than happy to upgrade my account to do that. But in my research, I wasn't able to find those options on Restream, and therefore I'm not doing it. So it was the cost of money. I would pay them, and I would shoot 4K to YouTube, which I can't do live while restreaming. So you guys want to figure that out? I'd be more than happy to show 4K live. So you can tell if I was pre-recording this, it would be in 4K. But because it's live, it's only 1080, which sucks. I mean, it's not that bad, but best hair in crypto, really? Be better if I had not been up for a long time. Please talk about HEX in a bear market. Well, we had a bear market for a while, didn't we? Like we had the March dump from COVID, HEX did great. What's my take on Raven? They had a inflation bug where a hacker just minted an extra 10% of the supply and dumped it on the market. Lol. Its claim to fame is to try and do ticker symbols. Oh, we already have that. It's on Ethereum, and it works way better and interoperates with everything else. So no one needs ticker symbols on a minority chain that no one uses for anything. So it's, I want to be nice to the founder and all, but Ethereum does its core value proposition vastly superior and hasn't had a inflation bug dumped on the market. So pretty obvious which way you should go. What would we mine if we forked ETH? I'll give you some ideas. Am I caught up yet with everybody's questions? Almost. I'm going. What did I study at school? I don't know. I did the same stuff. I mean, I went to like an amazing school. You can watch one of my other videos about that, or you can Google MEGSSS, Math Education for Gifted Secondary School Students, and go find their curriculum. So Google Magus curriculum and have your mind blown. And that's what I learned in middle school. Logic, modus ponens, modus tollens, syllogistic inference, scheme programming, set theory. Insane. that was sixth grade insanity. I look at the curriculum now and I'm like, I used to know all this stuff. Wow. I might have forgotten some of these things. So yeah, I got really lucky. I went to an amazing school, like absolutely amazing. My HEX t-shirt looks even more machine washed than yours. This is just a gray shirt, dude. I figured I'd mix it up. Like I hate gray because it makes my tits bigger and they're big enough already. But I figure you guys see me in the black all the time, so throw the gray in there. Richard, I've made 100,000 GBP, which is British pounds, on crypto. What would you do? Carry on or invest in something new? I have 500,000 HEX. I don't think 500,000 HEX is very many HEX at all, unless you mean like $500,000 of HEX, which is like better. But if you mean just 500,000 HEX, I mean, what is that, like 50 grand? I don't know. I like HEX. I like HEX a lot. I'm not an investment advisor. I don't have a crystal ball. Look, so can Ethereum price go up this year more? Yep. Can Bitcoin price go up more this year? Yep. Could the bear market start right now? Yep. Okay, how are you going to know the difference? Well, how'd you know the difference last time? Well, people were buying pictures of kitties, crypto kitties, for like $100,000. We have that now. And people were buying every single ICO and shitcoin token imaginable, every ticker symbol they could. We have that now. But we also have other things we didn't have then. So if you're looking for topping signals, the $1 million JPEGs, disgusting topping signal. The proliferation of anybody buying any shitcoin token they could dream of, rug pulls, you name it, disgusting. So those are like, so the rug pulls and random ticker symbols you see today are like the ICOs of late 2017. The buying stupid JPEGs for lots of money today is like the buying stupid JPEGs for lots of money of 2017. Those are topping signals. The fact that you already got in, Elon, you already got in 2 of the Shark Tank guys, they're in. They're fully allocated. I don't think they're buying more. I think they got their allocation. That means that's bearish. So when someone has already bought, it's bearish. When they haven't bought yet but will, that's bullish. So they've already moved the price up as much as they're likely to move it. Just guessing. So then, I mean, even an Israeli retirement fund, or like an Israeli pension fund, bought like 100 million worth, I think 5 days ago. So they're in. The Wall Street money is here. Grayscale Trust owns 3% of all Bitcoin. Michael Saylor's stuff owns, maybe almost 1% of Bitcoin. They're here, right? So Wall Street's here. So if Wall Street keeps buying and we keep getting like really low amplitude dips, we haven't even seen a 30% dip on the run from 3,800 to 62,000, and futures are at 70,000. You could keep doing that. It could just keep getting silly. If the Fed wants to keep printing trillions of dollars and literally doing helicopter money, then we can just keep going up and just keep doing absurdity, even through the JPEG purchases, even through the proliferation of retarded ideas. Like, you can still just keep going up, or you could just dump, right? So you have to look at this from like a Pareto efficiency. The last amazing bull run went from like 233 or 250 or 266. I can't remember. I think it was 266. Depends on what exchange you're on. So the bottom of the previous bear market was 266, and we ran up to 20,000. Well, that's like a 15x. So the previous top, well, it's a 15. Sorry, that measurement's wrong. The previous top was 1,300, and then we did a 15x to 20K. So we, previous top to new top was a 15x. So our previous top was like a 20K. So like, what's a 15x times 20K? It's, I think, 300K. So, could you see, if you mirrored the performance of 2017 bull run at a 300K top? Sure, you could, but it's going to break the regression charts, which show your highs getting lower and having longer market cycles and having more economic mass that you have to push up. So you wouldn't rationally expect to get a 300K top. Okay, and we're at 62K now, which means you're like dream fantasy, ignore the regression charts, ignore the heavier weight of a larger market. Like, the Bitcoin market sucked up Elon Musk like $1.5 billion buy like nothing. You hear Michael Saylor tweeting every time he mouses over the buy button. He's like, hey, I bought $1 billion. Hey, I bought 500 million. Hey, I bought like $20 worth. He's like, $20, but we're still buying at $20 buys. You're like, hey man, you can't brag about like a $10 million buy. You just can't. $10 million ain't shit. I mean, somebody just staked today $15 million of HEX. I'm not making a fucking press release, right? Press release, $15 million of HEX staked today. That's just one guy. Like, one guy staked 15 million today. So, Well, I mean, he staked $1 billion and the price was like maybe 1.1. So maybe he staked 11 million in that one stake. So like, you can't be bragging about $10 million buys in Bitcoin. It just doesn't make any sense. This is nonsensical. The price does not care at all about a $10 million buy or sell in Bitcoin market. It does not care at all. $1 trillion market. Like, come on. So could we keep running up? Yes. Could we just dump from here? Yes. In Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now, which is more likely? So I'll give you different metrics because all anyone cares about is price. So here we are. I mean, it's in the headline, right? It's in the title. If you use a metric that I'm pulling out of my ass, which is previous run up of old all-time high to new all-time high, 1,300 to 20,000, 15x. You've got your 20K times 15x is 300K, but you reduce that because heavier market mass, elongated market cycles, regression chart showing it kind of harder and harder to make fast new all-time highs. So maybe you stick it like a 150. So instead of getting a 300, maybe you get a 150. Okay. So at a 150, you're up a 3x from here. Not even. I mean, actually, if you figure we're at 61, 150 over 61 is a 2.4x, 2.45. We'll call it 2.5. So like, you could say your maximum reasonable upside is like a 2.5x from here. Now, how much risk do you want to take to get a 2.5x? In crypto, 2.5x, it's not very good, really. You know, Dogecoin just did a 30x. You know, HEX from its dip for big payday is up like a 6x or something like that. Like a 2x, it ain't that grand in crypto. So reasonable profit taking and scaling out at these levels and higher seems very reasonable to me in a Bitcoin or Ethereum position, and getting into something that weathers bear markets well, like a stable coin or, you know, HEX, I think has shown strength. You know, like every time I look at the nomics.com to see how the different coins are doing, you know, I see everything else in red, and HEX will be up and maybe one or two other random coins. But HEX like shows strength when other coins are showing weakness, which I think is really cool. Particularly if if the top is really only a 2.4x from here, max, in like the dream fantasy world, like, you know, it seems like a fine spot to take profit. Now, let me give you some bull cases. Grayscale buys Bitcoin and never sell it. It's pretty damn bullish. There's no right of redemption. If you buy Grayscale BTC, you can't turn it into real BTC and sell it. It's like a side bet game. So that's bullish. Michael Saylor, since he's just like basically getting like a free profit option, like people give him money, his stock goes up more than the amount of money it costs to buy the Bitcoin kind of play. He doesn't really have to sell. And I don't think there's any rights of redemption for his deal either. And therefore, anyone that put money into Saylor stuff to buy Bitcoin or into Grayscale to buy Bitcoin, none of those, like maybe total 3.5% of the Bitcoin supply total, none of that has to sell. And in my opinion, is unlikely to sell. That's very bullish. And I think you've seen the strongest hands possible. You know, you can look at these addresses on chain. They acquire Bitcoin and they never, ever have sold any. They just acquire more. That's really bullish. That's nice, you know. And I'm not sure if we had as much of that back in the end of 2017. Now, there's some other interesting dynamics here. Most of the press that I'm seeing recently isn't Bitcoin press. It's this NFT garbage press. And that just benefits Ethereum, basically. It doesn't benefit Bitcoin. Bitcoin ain't got no NFTs. That's all on Ethereum. So, but then you also have this, like if someone takes $20 million, buys Bitcoin, and then sells their Bitcoin for Ethereum, they never took out real money. It's still in the system. So it helps this reflexivity of all the prices going up. So the guy took 50 million USD, he bought Bitcoin, he took his 50 million of Bitcoin and bought Ethereum. So the Bitcoin price went down a little bit, but the Ethereum price went up, but everything's still up versus the dollar because he didn't really take out dollars, right? So it's just this reflexive, you know, Bitcoin goes up 1x and then ETH goes up twice what it did. and then alts go up 3x what it did, right? And then you get this convexivity where the light things lift more, and then the big things lift a little bit less, and then Bitcoin, which has the majority of the new USD really going into it, moves the least of all. And then that's wonderful during the bull market, right? So boop, boop, boop. But then on the way down, it collapses. And then like, you know, shitty coins and NFTs will go near zero. And then alts that have traction, like even Ethereum, which is a good project, it dropped 95% in the last bear market. 95%. That means if you put in $100, you had $5 left at the bottom of the bear. Man, that's a pretty steep drop, 100 to 5, you know? And then Bitcoin, if you'd put in 100, you had 15 left because it did an 85% drop. So, you know, having 15 left on 100 sucks, and having 5 left on 100 sucks. So this reflexivity that you see on the way up in a bull run, you'll see collapse on the way down. And there's other triggers, like maybe this India ban matters, probably doesn't. You know, the whole ban unban cycle China didn't seem to really matter in the end. And now India is doing their ban unban cycle crap, and I don't think it will really matter in the end. You know, everything that China has banned has done amazingly well. What's banned in China? YouTube, Google, Facebook. You're like, okay, so the wildly profitable things are banned in China. It still seems to be just fine to invest in those wildly profitable things. So we've got conflicting signals here. So we've got topping signals from ICO similar things, JPEG things. You know, Michael Saylor's buys just keep getting smaller and smaller to the point where they're comedic. Well, why aren't they getting bigger? Why are they getting smaller? And then you've got bullish things such as Grayscale never has to sell, Saylor never has to sell. I don't think Tesla is going to buy 1.5B and then dump it, right? Like I think he's going to be holding on to that for a while. I don't think that their treasury is just going to dump it. And then you've got great macro environment where the government's just printing money like a joke. They're just like trillions, print it. If you look at the FRED, FRED, just Google M2 FRED, and you'll see the chart of circulating money supply is just a vertical line right now. It's a vertical line. Something like 2/3 of all the dollars that exist in the world currently were printed this year. That money's got to go somewhere. It's got to land somewhere. And where is it going to land? It's going to land in assets like real estate, which is at new all-time highs, stocks, which are new all-time highs, gold for a little bit, but it took a dump. Like it did new all-time highs for a minute, but then it dumped. I think Bitcoin's eating up a lot of the interest that people were going to put into gold. Gold's just historically garbage. You're still down 10% from 10 years ago. You held it for 10 years, you're still worse off than the dollar. You would have been better off holding the thing they're printing like a joke. The monopoly money that's the US dollar that buys less houses than ever, less stocks than ever, less Rolexes than ever, right? It does better than gold. You can actually buy more gold after holding it 10 years with just your dollars. You could buy more gold now than you could have 10 years ago. So it's down versus the dollar after 10 years. Rolexes aren't, houses aren't, stocks aren't, Bitcoin isn't. So in this environment, you know, you can't tell how much longer the bull run goes. You could see a 2 or 3x in Ethereum. You could see a 2 or 3x in Bitcoin, right? You could see $180,000 Bitcoin. You could, but you could also just go revisit 6K, go revisit 7K. Like, so let's say we did a macro, let's say we did a fractal, which is just like a repeating history of an 85% drop from like 62K. Then you're at 9,300. So maybe try and front run it a little bit because all these strong hands bid 10K, you know, nice round number, 10-1, 10-2, whatever. Yeah, you could see Bitcoin back at 10K. Check it if Gox coins come out. Give people 140,000 Bitcoin at, let's call it what, 58? Where's Bitcoin now? 58? Let's take a look. 54? Let's take a look. Yeah, so Bitcoin yesterday, well, from the local peak, I'm measuring the dip of Bitcoin on Stamp that doesn't have margin trading, so it's a little bit less volatile chart. So you're not dealing with liquidation wicks. So it's like a little bit cleaner chart to chart Stamp. We're down 14% in 3 days. Whatever, it's normal. I mean, look, to give you a reference of like how weak that dip is, we were just down 26% in 7 days. Only, get a measurement here, 2 weeks ago. So 2 weeks ago was the bottom of a 27% dip. I mean, see, if you want to look at this technically, right? Like we broke a new all-time high and then very quickly had another big dip. I mean, these other previous all-time high breaks, let's take a look at this stuff. I mean, our previous all-time high break when we broke 42, we ran up with no serious dips, 40%. So when we broke our previous all-time high at 42, you know, we ran up 40%. But now we break our new all-time high at 58, and we only run up 6% and then do a 14% dump. It's not as strong or as bullish when you could just buy a new all-time high and not get liquidated, right? So those guys that bought 42, they never got liquidated. The price never went back down there. So the price broke 42, went up 40% to 58, had a dip back down to 43. So none of those guys that bought a 42 new all-time high breakout got liquidated, because if they put their stop loss, as many people would tend to do, you know, below the retest. So if you break new all-time high and then you retest it, you don't really want to dip back below it. You know, that's the idea behind a retest. So those guys didn't get liquidated, right? Like they're fine. They got their 40% run up. But these guys that bought the newest local all-time high at 58, those guys are now sitting 7% below that, and it's already dipped like 8%. So could we keep running up? Sure. Did the breakout traders that bought the new all-time high probably get liquidated? Probably, you know, which is why trading sucks and almost everyone loses all their money. So don't do it. So I don't even know why I'm talking technical analysis with you guys when like you shouldn't trade. You'll lose all your money. So don't do it. People love it. They like to talk about price. So I'm going to talk about it. Yeah, I mean, traditionally I would have liked to have seen more upwards movement on that new all-time high breakout, because, you know, you did a big dip already. You did a 27% dip. You shook out enough weekends. So if you are going to break to a new all-time high, those guys aren't going to sell. They already sold lower. You just had a dip. So you know, I don't see a reason for a dip this large, this quick. You know, like in a parabola, you want to see new all-time highs quicker and higher. You want to see more movement and sooner upwards. And when I see things like stalling out and like, they call it swing pattern failure, SPF. So like, I'm not partial to swing pattern failures. I don't really like them. I want the predictions to come true, and if they don't come true, like, you got to think about why they didn't. What everyone does is they just latch on to whatever the news of the day is. So people say it's India. Oh, Bitcoin dipped. What news is there? Oh, India. Okay. And then if it wasn't India, they'd be like, oh, the Christina Lagarde said something bad about it at the IMF or whatever, right? And if it wasn't that, they'd be like, oh, it's the SEC. Like the news people just want to publish something that they can get clicks on. And so they just take recent price move and recent news and then commingle them as though there was causation. And then that's their news article they can get clicks with. So yeah, I mean, this market is different than 2017, but we are seeing a lot of the same stuff. So good luck figuring which one matters more. Is Michael Saylor and Grayscale and Elon Musk never having to sell enough? But what if like guys I mean, there's a lot of guys that bought in 2017 and never sold too. And we're just not counting those guys, you know, like we can find wallets that accumulated then that just didn't sell. They just held. So really hard to say, hard to have a crystal ball. If I had asked you a year ago, do you think we could run up from 3,800 to 60K with no 30% dips? The answer would have been no. And everyone would have told you no, because Bitcoin's never done that before. But we did it. The market's different. But then because the market's different, you're like, well, could we just dump from here and just continuously dump just the same way we pumped? You're like, I guess, like if it disobeyed the fractal on the way up. But then you're like, well, it only disobeyed the fractal in a bullish sense. It never like overperformed to the downside. There was no dips. Man, you know what? I'm just going to keep building stuff. And then it's all going to work out. Bear, no bear, bull, no bull. You keep building stuff, it works beautiful. So, today, I'll tell you what I've been building. I'll check your comments real quick, since I've been like giving a monologue for who knows how long now. It'll be funny, but it's like, Richard, your stream dropped, man. You've been talking to nobody for a long time. Boy, that would suck. So how far am I back? About 10 minutes. GBTC has been trading at a discount lately. Not too bullish in my opinion. That's a good point. Yeah. Yes, that is not bullish. Interview Michael Saylor, please. Tell him to message me. t.me/Richard Hart or richard@hex.com. Richard Hart, will you move to another blockchain if ETH2 doesn't go well? Well, man, I don't see any reason to wait for ETH2. So I'll cover that more after I get to some more questions. Oh, I'm missing people's stuff. It's like overwriting it now. YouTube isn't profitable? No. You make $3 per 1,000. My videos get like 15,000 at first, and then like maybe 45,000 later. Wow, that's $120. I'm making like $4 an hour. Sucks. Okay, my videos aren't 30 hours long, but you get the idea. It's absolutely terrible. It's just like, no. Leave your ads off and let your users not get scammed by the trash that advertises on them. That's what I do. Leave my ads off. Thank you, Richard Hart. I don't know what you're thanking me for, but you're welcome. Saylor does owe interest on the first billion he borrowed. Oh, okay. If BTC dumps 85%, he could be forced to sell just to make sure he lost the question. Can't wait to get the Yacht-Master with HEX diamonds. The thing that worries about the Yacht-Master is like you can actually buy it at the retailer. So the stuff that you really want, you can't get at the retailer, right? I mean, I went and tried a Yacht-Master on, and I just hate the way it looks. I hate the way the Rolex Yacht-Master looks. And if you think about the way the chronograph works with its like 10-minute deal, I just can't care about any of that. It's just totally useless for real life unless you do yacht races. I like that it's big, like it's like 43 millimeter or whatever, but Richard, do you still see 33K for end of year? Hey, I pulled that number out of my ass, man. So like, don't take my pull out of the ass. So, I mean, here's what's important. I gave you what I'm thinking about and the data that's going into my calculations. You have the same chart I have. Do your own calculations, because man, I don't have a crystal ball. If you would have asked me a year ago if we would do this run up with no dips at 30%, I would say hell no. So like, I don't have a crystal ball. I have a lot of really good information. I could tell you about the past. I could tell you about the ancient history, the local history, scam wicks, liquidations, margin futures. I could give you all types of data. But in the end, it really comes down to like, okay, some whale wants to dump his position, and then that scares enough for other whales, and then it cascades, and we do the bear market. You don't know. Like someone could just come along and murder it. Just like Elon Musk. Could you predict he was just going to market buy 1.5B in a short time frame? I couldn't predict that. No one could, So the one guy that did predict it on Reddit was just trolling. He didn't actually have inside info. So says he. That's what he says. Just scrolling through your guys' questions here. Someone's saying we probably consolidate between 45 and 60 for a few months. Yeah, but have we ever done that before in a parabolic move up? Just like chill and go sideways for a while? we haven't. So could we do it? Yes. Just to ruin all the traders. Every breakout trader gets wrecked. You know, every guy that shorts the dip gets wrecked and just goes sideways for a while. Sure, you could do it, but it's never done it before. And with volatile macro where they're printing money out of thin air and interest rates are climbing up against what the Fed wants, the Fed might lose control of interest rates. Like interest rates could go up whether the Fed wants them to or not. And that will hurt equities deeply. Because then, I'm not going to explain to you why that hurts equities so bad, but it increases their cost to borrow money and it creates a competitor with zero risk that provides good yield. That's a more attractive place for people's money than stocks that do have risk and are less valuable, greatly less valuable if they have to pay higher interest rates to get money to do things. So this volatile macro environment with new all-time highs get to me. That doesn't seem to be like, this seems like a more volatile, we're going to go up a lot or we're going to go down a lot, but betting on sideways doesn't seem like a good bet with the volatility of the world right now. You know, the world is very volatile right now, and I don't think sideways is how I don't think a sideways market is what you get out of a very volatile bunch of inputs. Particularly since there's no history in Bitcoin of sideways. I mean, the only time you could find sideways is like in a bear. You're like, all right, no one's interested. This thing's dead. It's never going back up again. Okay, then we could get some sideways in a bear. But in a parabolic run up, I've never just seen it pause and go sideways for a while and then keep going up again. I've never seen it. It's not in the chart. It's not in any crypto chart that I'm aware of. Actually, the HEX USD chart might be the first instance of it, right? Because it's been at penny for like, I don't know, some months now. But we had the big payday. Like, so the big payday happened on like December or like, and then everyone got in between 30 and 100% more HEX on that day that was staked, and 90% of people were staked. And then that's not on the chart. So the 30 to 90%, the 30 to 100% more coins that people got, you don't see on the chart, but that's real money that they could sell. So it's kind of like, it's hard on the price chart, right? So in effect, when we're at 1% now after when we're at a penny after big payday, we're really in people's gains at 1.3 to 2, because that's how much extra coins they got. But that's not reflected in the chart. I'm glad we had one big payday, because you don't want more new coins with reflective, you know, similar to a stock split, you know, price movement to get par value. So yeah, like on the USD, so HEX doesn't really have a sideways price when you account for the big payday, 30 to 100% to 90% of the holders that were staked for that day. But on the chart, it looks like this. So we did this, and then we did this, or for you girls at home, this, and then that, and this is what the chart looks like, you know, maybe like a 25, 30 degree incline up. How long ago did this start? 38 minutes ago. And since your question, I was read 10 minutes late, 48 minutes ago. Scrolling through your questions here. Do you think people shy away from custodial issues and are more willing to invest in BTC proxies? If you just buy stonks and you're like a stonks buyer, then you're just going to do what you're used to doing, which is, what is my broker sell? Ticker symbols. Okay, this ticker symbol, GBTC, went up a lot, so you'll buy that one, right? And then there's some people that just have to. So like, if you have a 401k and you're allowed to allocate your 401k into certain things like ticker symbols, Bitcoin in your personal wallet isn't a ticker symbol you're allowed to buy, but GBTC is. And so there's this regulatory arbitrage for limited partners of asset management funds that aren't authorized to just buy currencies, but they can buy stocks, or they're not authorized to buy commodities, but they can buy stocks. They can oftentimes buy GBTC, but not Bitcoin. So as long as these limited partners have their hands tied, and it's the same with like corporate treasuries. So the treasury at Tesla probably was already authorized Well, they made an update to their corporate docs or whatever, I believe, that allowed them to buy digital currencies, of which their first one was Bitcoin. They may have others that they haven't even disclosed, but in the future they may have others. That's what their disclosure said. So, maybe they had to pass that internal document. It might even been an external document, right? Because they're a publicly traded company, so they have certain public disclosures they must make. I'm not sure that would have fallen under the guise of public disclosures that they had to make, but they did it anyway. So it was either required or not. They did it anyway. If they couldn't have, long story short, there's people that can't buy anything else. They want crypto exposure and they don't have any other way to buy it than a ticker symbol on a brokerage, and that's the only thing they can buy. And that's a reason that you see GBTC premiums. Not just that reason, but people are familiar with it. And for some people, custody is an issue. I mean, my opinion is, if you've never lost control of your dick pics before, and you have dick pics, you could put your private keys with your dick pics, and they get lost together. Or you could split them up and put them in safety deposit boxes. It's probably safer. Do you think a Mt. Gox dump could be saved by BlackRock scaling in? Sure. Yep. But why wouldn't BlackRock just want to buy lower? I mean, this is when I see Michael Saylor bragging about paying higher prices. I don't understand that shit. I don't get it. Now, I'll present you an inflammatory idea, which is inflammatory, and I have absolutely no evidence whatsoever for, but we'll just play some game theory, dream theory. If you wanted to get the best deal on stuff, would you tell people before you bought or after you bought? So you were going to buy a whole shitload of something. You would tell after, because you don't want to get front run. So let's say you wanted to buy all the houses on a block. Would you tell everyone ahead of time so that they could collude against you and you pay the maximum imaginable price? Or would you be quiet and get one and get one and get one and get one, and then there's just like one guy left and you hope he didn't notice? You do that. You want to pay less price when you're getting in. You don't want to pay more. So when I see people advertising that they're going to buy things, that seems shady to me. And so who is the only person to benefit from paying a higher price? People are selling. So if you bought before your entity put trades on, and then you sold after the trade was finished, you just bought the bottom and sold the top. If your other entity's purchase really moved the price up. So like if you were a trader at a large firm and you knew when your firm was going to move a price up by entering in a way that was a market buy, and so it has to move the price up, you just could front run the trade. Probably illegal, probably unethical, probably there's a bunch of people that do it every day. You're just making free money buying before the trade gets executed and selling right after it with little risk, because you knew the price had to move that much in a market order. Like you could see unless there's iceberg orders and hidden liquidity, like absorbing the buy. So I just, anytime I see people acting against their own interests, I really think that's shady. There's something else going on. So people are telling me they're gonna buy. Something feels wrong about that. That doesn't make any sense. What do I think about Celsius and BlockFi? They suck giant, massive balls. You give up your coins to make a little baby return, a little baby single % return. Not single %, but single digit. You are the reason, idiots, that give up your coins, that give up your private keys to get you're picking up pennies in front of freight trains, and then your ass gets run over. How many times does everyone have to lose their money? Company called Cred. You give them your private keys. They lend those coins out. They say they're going to pay you interest, and bankrupt. You lost all your money. Oopsie. Oh, how'd that happen? Well, Satoshi invented Bitcoin to get rid of counterparty risk, so your dumbass goes and finds a counterparty to give your keys to and lose all your money. Good job. Good job, dude. Leave your money on an exchange, lose it all. Give your money to a lending company, lose it all. You know what someone should do? Someone should invent a way to make yield while you hold your own private keys, while you hold your coins. And because, you know what? They're nice, they should give it away for free to Bitcoin holders. And then they could make yield while holding their own private keys. I did that. Oh my God, that's exactly what I did. And look, I'm wearing the shirt. Amazing. Yes, I invented something that generates yield while you hold your own private keys and you mint your own interest. It's like a miracle. What a good invention. Every day, cryptocurrency holders are like, man, I wish I could make yield on my cryptocurrency. And then I can make gains on my gains. I'll get more coins as interest, and those coins will be worth more. And then they multiply by each other. So if I get a 10x on the coin and I get 60% more of the coins, I got a 16x. Yes. I invented that, dude. So like, cryptocurrency was invented to remove middlemen. If you give your keys to a middleman, you're what's wrong with the world, and you're the reason we get headlines of XYZ company lost XYZ millions of dollars due to hack or insider trading. Or you want to give you a list? You want to give you a list of some? Quadriga CX took all the money and ran. Goodbye, bankrupt. Cryptopia took all the money and ran. Goodbye. Well, okay. Hacked, liquidated, bankrupt. Cryptopia, bankrupt. Quadriga CX, bankrupt. BTCE, shut down by the government. Mt. Gox, bankrupt. Bankrupt and then still holding everyone's money after that happened in 2013. It's 2021, 8 years later. So they went bankrupt and they're still holding everyone's money hostage 8 years later. Who else? Tons of DeFi projects, just tons. Today, two had their front ends hacked. Pancake Swap on BSC had their front end hacked. DNS hack. You could say, oh, it's not the team, it's social. I don't give a fuck. Users are still losing money. The front end asked people for their private keys. Guarantee you people are putting their seed words into the hacked website, losing all their money. So that happened to Pancake. That happened to another one. Some other one. Cream? No. Was it Cream? Yeah, Cream. So Cream and Pancake, Uniswap forks, both got like wrecked on DNS hacks today. And then some Reef coin reneged on an OTC deal that they were going to do with Alameda, wrecked. And then like I have a list I put on Twitter of all of these things getting shut down. Hacker News went down today. What else? Intermittent. It's up sometimes. This is always constantly bad news happening. Oh yeah, OKX and Huobi and like all the Chinese exchanges got all their like WeChat accounts banned. The government's like, illegal, we don't like that. All right. No, look, that's not their fault, right? But is it bad? Sure, it sucks. It's bad still, you know? Yeah, and what bad thing has happened to HEX? Nothing. Everything's going great. Everything's awesome. Fabulous. Everything's going great. And all around us, everything else is failing, and HEX is doing amazing. And eventually, people will realize the opportunity. I mean, the opportunity is that you see something that is performing wonderfully while everything else is not. Dylan Murray, there's so much leverage, all-time high leveraged funds on the stock, SPY, NASDAQ market at the moment. If something happens in the world and the sell-off happens, I don't think it'll just be 40%. Maybe, but you got to understand it trades versus a dollar, and they're printing a dollar out of thin air, like just for giggles. And as long as they're just going to keep deflating, as long as they're going to keep reducing the purchasing power of the dollar, you know, a 50% drop becomes like a 30% drop because the USD is just not worth much, right? Like so you have to account for the dollar being so like they're just printing the living shit out of it, which means you can't dip as hard because you're trading versus this thing that's so easy to get. It's so easy to get dollars. All those new dollars have to go somewhere. Where are they going to go? Assets, which is why assets do new all-time highs, period. You think they're putting it in a negative yielding savings account? They're not. Richard doesn't have a crystal ball. He has a Swarovski ball. All right, nice. Thank you. People always ask me to light these candles. It's fine. The candles look good as they are. If you want to go through my videos, you can find ones where I've done it. Just caught up. Shout out to 2x playback speed. Yeah, good idea, man. If I hear you guys mentioning random garbage coins in my chat, I'm going to block you. You're not going to be able to like post and chat anymore. So don't. I'm forking Ethereum. I don't need your suggestions on other platforms, okay? Thanks. I got it covered. I don't need your advice. What's Bitcoin? Good one. People are on here to argue your stream title. Good. Give me that free engagement, homies. Make that algorithm happy. Do it. Please. Because I don't even bother doing thumbnails or editing these videos to get rid of like the stuff that should be edited out. I don't even bother with any of that. So I need all the help I can get for a old algorithm. How exactly will your ETH fork diverge from the main one? Will it be a parallel chain or develop extra features? Faster, cheaper, proof of stake instead of proof of work, and coin burning. I think those are the primary features, yeah. There's not really anything other than that. Richard, thanks so much. Love all your stuff. Thanks a lot, man. Why do you need a title like this? Because otherwise people won't click. These boobs, while big, they're not enough to do the job. We need either larger boobs and thumbnails or stupid all caps headlines like these. Have you seen the other Bitcoin headlines? They all are like this, but they contain more inflammatory language. Dump, crash, all, stupid faces like. So I'm not going that far, but I'm willing to type in all caps. Okay, I'll type in all caps. I guess saying this shit could go to 0 is also inflammatory, so I guess I'm willing to go that far too. In all caps, what? Invent a product to produce yield while holding your private keys. Tell me more. Thanks, HexMac. Scrolling down here. I like your shirt. Thanks. You're really selling me on this? Tell me more. I'm new to Hex and this DeFi thing. Just go to hex.com, man. You'll love it. If you know about Bitcoin already, you can go to hex.com/techspecs and you'll see the differences and the similarities. But if you're not like expert, don't go to the tech specs page. Just go to hex.com. Gains on gains. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Oh my God, title, make me quit watching this YouTube. Don't care. Fuck off. What are you? Am I making money on you? Are you paying me? If you don't like what you paid for this free live stream, return it. It's free. I'm giving you expert level education for free, and you're giving me nothing but shit posts in my chat. Like, there's an asymmetry here. Hi, multi-billionaire token founder, pleb. No one cares about you, pleb. You want to learn, you can watch me. You don't want to learn, Alt F4. Goodbye. Like, so easy. Hexfish is like, Cryptopia got my coins. You done messed up, man. You want my private keys, Rich? No, I don't want your private keys. I built everything to be better than all the other things out there. Okay, normal DeFi, their front end goes down, no one can use the product anymore. Oops. Decentralized only in name, actual use case for the user, not decentralized. One front end on one server, oopsie. Now let's talk about Hex. Does everything better. Go to hex.com goes down, you can go to apphex.win. You can go to backuphex.com. You can go to hexmob.win. You can go to staker.app. You can go to etherscan.io. And there's a manual written on how to use it. You've got 5 or 6 different options to interface with Hex without having to code one yourself. So go.hex.com is not important. It's just another way to run the code if you want to. Now, how many other projects have decentralized front ends with different maintainers on different servers with different code bases totally unrelated to each other? Hex does. I don't even think Uniswap. Well, maybe. I mean, Uniswap's got a shitload of front ends, but they're mostly the same code base. I don't know of too many like alternate code bases that access Uniswap. I mean, maybe you could say 1inch and like matcha.xyz do because they're aggregators. So I would say like, okay, Uniswap has as many or more front ends than we do, but everyone else is like a joke. Like everyone else's DeFi front end, when it goes down, you're just fucked. Super fucked. If like go to hex.com goes down, no one really cares. You can use one of like 6 different other ones. This is vastly superior. Oh, and other things, like even if you use Uniswap asks for permission to spend all your coins, unlimited. That's what Uniswap asks for. Does Hex ask for any permission to spend any of your coins? No. It doesn't even ask for permission to spend your Hex. because there's no contract that's going to be, so like HEX is just designed better. It doesn't even ask you for permission to spend the HEX because it doesn't have some other contract that's going to spend on your behalf. So it doesn't need that authorization or that permission. It requires you to sign the transaction when you want to do it. And you never are delegating that authority for some other thing to sign on your behalf, like another contract, which is what Uniswap's and most DeFi's design pattern is. So the majority of DeFi design pattern is give us permission to spend all of your coins forever and hope that we don't have an upgradable proxy that we use to empty that shit later. And that's what happens. There are people out there that give contracts permission to spend their coins. Upgradable proxy steals all the money. Happens all the time. HEX is better. HEX has better design patterns, better audits, better uptime, just better everything. And people, I post every day, new hacks. Hey, look, new hacks. Look, people losing millions of dollars. And I try and reach as many people as I can, but I can only reach so many people. You know, I can only save so many. Any plans for a HEX Speedo this summer? We have had HEX bikinis on a website, but we never turned the billing on. I'm not sure if they had Speedos. It's just, would you rather have me doing phone calls? So the majority of my days have been doing strategy meetings with developers, including some new ones, on how to fork Ethereum the right way. That's what I'm spending my time on. So go.hex. So I sent a tweet that said, are you a developer? Do you know Solidity and Go or Rust? Now, why do I care about Go or Rust? Because those are the premier clients that are used for people to operate the Ethereum network, with Parity being developed in Rust and with Geth being developed in Go. So most people are choosing to run Geth, like I believe all of Infura runs Geth. And I believe most Ethereum forks are built on Geth. And so really, I prefer to put on guys that know Go language. And I don't actually even care if you know Solidity, to tell you the truth. So, because there ain't no Solidity in the Ethereum node software. There's no Solidity there. The Ethereum node software allows an EVM to exist. And that EVM runs compiled bytecode from various language, of which the most popular one is Solidity, but it also can run bytecode from whatever else you want to use. So if you want to use something that's similar to Python, it's called, can't remember. So basically Solidity is like JavaScript similar, and then there's some Python similar one whose name I can't remember right now. Uniswap v1 was written in it. Uniswap v2 was written in Solidity. So even guys that championed that stuff ended up flipping to the crappier but safer Solidity language. So from my perspective, I care about Go developers. I really like it if you're a Hexican. And that's about it. And I don't actually care about your Rust language, and I don't actually care about your Solidity language. But for other projects, the Solidity is nice to have on there. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So I'm spending today I spent my day with calls with developers and calls with lawyers. So many lawyers. So remember I was telling you about launching something to compete with Grayscale. And so I have this policy of never giving you forward-looking price statements and never giving you expectation of profit from the work of others. So I'm really going to try and continue to maintain that stance because I think it's a unique and clean way to do things. So how can I phrase this? Boy, it sure really would be cool if there was a way to buy HEX at your brokerage the same way that you can buy Bitcoin through various OTC listed vehicles. So basically, to list on OTC, you have to have a year of financial statements audited. To have a year of financial statements, you have to be a year old. You also have to have, I'm not going to give you specific numbers because I consider it competitive intelligence, but you have to have a certain number of investors, and those investors have to add up to a certain number of millions of dollars to have enough free tradable shares for the OTC people to list you. And it helps if what they're listing is a form they're used to, so that they just don't say, no, we don't feel like figuring it out. They feel like, yes, and we've already seen this before, so cool. So it sure would be awesome if there was a way to buy HEX on OTC or buy HEX as an accredited investor. See, okay, you want to list on OTC. Well, what's being listed there? Shares. Okay, well, where do the shares come from? Oh, shares in a company that have aged. All right, well, how did those shares get created? Well, there has to be shareholders. All right, well, where do those shareholders come from? A private placement memorandum that allows accredited investors to purchase before the OTC deal. And then the way this works in Grayscale usually is that there's usually a premium. So as an accredited investor, you're going to send Grayscale, $1 million, and they're going to use that $1 million to buy Bitcoin. And then you'll be able to dump on OTC head 6 months later because they filled out a form I'm not going to tell you the number of, but there's a special form you can fill out with a little bit higher due diligence that allows you to reduce the hold time for your limited partners that have, sent their $1 million in, their accredited investors. There's even another level of accredited investor that's like a qualified investor or something, which is even higher. I think it's like a 3 million net worth or something. I don't have those particulars memorized, but there is a level above accredited investor, which was fun to find out. So LPs send their $1 million, they get their shares, their money is used to buy Bitcoin. They age for 6 months, which requires an extra form. If you don't have that extra form filled out with that higher due diligence reporting requirements, you're going to have them wait a year. So now they wait a year, and then, okay, they can sell down that 20% premium and make their 20% plus the appreciation of the underlying asset. And now, just recently, which is quite rare, the Grayscale Trust is trading at a deficit to spot instead of a premium to spot. So that's kind of how it works. So it sure would be cool if some limited partners bought, so I'll use this in language that a layman can understand a little bit easier. You're Joe Blow, you hear HEX is awesome, you want to buy some, but you don't feel like installing MetaMask. You want to buy it on your normal, you want to put it in your 401k, you want to buy it on your normal broker where you're buying your stonks and whatever else you're used to doing. And so now you're going to see a ticker symbol, and that ticker symbol is going to represent shares in HEX. Now, why shares in HEX instead of just HEX? Because HEX is this miraculous invention that pays you yield if you stake it and you have shares. So take Grayscale. Grayscale buys Bitcoin. Do they get yield on their Bitcoin? I don't think they do. Because in order to get yield, you have to take risk with Bitcoin. You have to give your coins to someone else to lend them out to get that yield and hope that they come back. And oftentimes they do not. And from what I've read of the Grayscale documents, I'm rather positive that they cannot take that risk of lending out those coins and trying to make yield on them. So they just sit there. They hope the price goes up, but they don't earn more Bitcoin. Whereas in HEX, if you lock up your HEX, you're gonna make more HEX. If you lock a really long time, so like Grayscale, there's no right of redemption. So why wouldn't you lock a long time? You're just going to make more yield. You're going to make more interest. But they can't because it's Bitcoin. But in HEX, they could. So, hey, Grayscale, if you're listening and you want to launch a HEX trust before someone else does, get to it. Otherwise some lawyers might get rich for no particular reason. So you've already got, Grayscale already has. So if Grayscale is like 9 products, 6 are actually OTC traded. And that's the reason that those have, probably the reason they have higher assets under management. So, the ones that aren't OTC traded have in between like 28 and 56 million assets under management. They've got 30 billion in their Bitcoin trust. And they've got, I think 20 billion in their Ethereum trust. And maybe like 127 in their biggest other trusts like Bitcoin Cash and whatever else. They've got like in between 127 and 150 in those other OTC listed ones. So it's like the difference between all of those products and HEX is that with HEX, you get paid for longer stakes. And since they don't have a right of redemption, which would force them to sell. Like, oh, someone bought shares of GBTC and now they want to turn those shares into Bitcoin so that they can sell the Bitcoin. That is not allowed. You can buy your shares and sell your shares, but you can't turn your shares into Bitcoin. So there are some other trusts that do allow redemption, but they're so much smaller, it's not even worth talking about. 30 billion, I mean, they own 3% of Bitcoin. Now, if you think about what 3% is of the actual available supply, it's actually a huge percent. You know, people say that maybe there's like 4 million actual Bitcoin that you can actually buy or sell. That's what's left to trade around with, and everything else is just locked up. People ain't selling it, or the keys are lost, right? Like, good luck getting Satoshi's million coins. Good luck. So, you know, 3%, if only 25%, okay, let's say the total supply is like 19 million coins right now, and let's say only 4 million is liquid. So we'll just say it's like 25%. It's not, it's less, but we'll say it's 25%. You know, what is 3% times 4? It's like 12%. So like maybe Grayscale has like 12 or 15%. Wow. I that particular math analogy isn't that right. There's no reason to count their off-chain supply as like some unique special off-chain supply different from other off-chain supply that you just can't get to, right? So it's like if Satoshi has 5% and they have 3% and they never sell theirs, then it's probably just similar to Satoshi not selling his 5%. So I retract that math, right? Let's just say that them owning 3% is a whole shitload. Let's say that. There's no reason to take it as a percent of liquid, because it'd be more accurate to compare it to a percent of illiquid, right? Because it's such a larger one. Anyway, long story short, it'll be awesome if someone can buy HEX already staked for 15 years for them, and then they just don't have a right of redemption to sell it. And then it's just like the GBTC. So money goes into GBTC, it's used to buy Bitcoin, it never sells the Bitcoin. And then people trade those shares after a 6-month delay, and people love trading those shares, and it's great. And this isn't the only place where you see that. There's also land trusts. Like, there's a trust that just buys up all the land in Texas and just keeps buying, and that's it. That's what it does. You want to get exposure to Texas land prices, you can buy shares in this thing, and that represents Texas land through them just buying it all the time. I think that would be very, very bullish for HEX. You know, we have seen increasing average stake length. I believe that the average stake length is like 5.28 years now. I used to quote 4.98. I think the average stake length is going up. Imagine if it went up even more because people were locking longer, and because there's no right of redemption, those coins just never get sold. Unless maybe in some event of like in the future, there's some bankruptcy or something, maybe a liquidation could occur. But I mean, how are you really going to go bankrupt? Like, I've never seen one of these things get wrapped up and have to dump the coins, but there's not a lot of examples. So yeah, from what I've seen, these things just end up buying and buying a lot, and everyone gets rich is the history of these things so far, because Bitcoin's never been down for 3 years. It's always made a new all-time high every 3 years. Well, that's pretty cool. And, you know, there ain't too many things that you can say that in the world where, hey, Bitcoin's up 6 million X and it's never been down for more than 3 years. I don't think Ethereum's ever been down for more than 3 years either. So HEX definitely hasn't been down for more than 3 years because it ain't 3 years old. And it just did a new all-time high, 2 months ago? So maybe 2.5 months ago. Long story short, if Grayscale wants to make a trust for HEX that makes 15-year stakes and gives a 60% APY in HEX, I mean, right now it's like 57%, I think. You get 57% APY in HEX with a 36, 41 day or longer stake, and then you'll be able to trade those with some liquidity without having to wait 15 years. So I think encapsulated stakes are pretty cool because they can, if everyone's doing them at long time to enhance the revenue, you're going to get higher average stake lengths. And for the tier 1 system, it's just going to see buys and never sells because there's no right of redemption. So like, okay, some people bought HEX, they staked it for 15 years. Price goes up, they can't dump it, so it just stays up, right? I mean, the price could do it at once, but from that particular entity that bought and never sold, can't really do much more. Like if someone buys and stakes it for 15 years, that's pretty much the optimal possible behavior that you would want to see participants doing to enhance the value of HEX. I can't think of something better that someone could do than buy and stake for 15 years. Like, that's about as good as I can think of. So yeah, like if Grayscale wants to do that, like they've got some other trust, get cracking, boys. Because otherwise, I think some lawyers are going to make some money and do that. It's my guess. So, and then as a side note, I think it would be smart, like when I used to run a car stereo store, people would go through the ads and they'd look for what they wanted to buy. Oh, you want to buy some Rockford Fosgate Punch 800 amplifier. 800 watts continuous, 1600 watts max, enough to push 4 Rockford Fosgate competition 12s to pop them, basically, if you run them for long enough. And no one can fit 412s in their trunk for the most part, so they're just going to absolutely destroy 212s. Now things are different. They handle a lot more watts now. You can fit them in smaller boxes now. It's a different world than it was in the early 2000s. But, I mean, even now, 1600 watts is enough to make your windows start leaking, right? Like you have to reseal your windshield, depending on what kind of car you got. So people just wanted something that was more than they needed. Like they got two subs that were rated for 400 watts each, but that was max, but they didn't understand that. So they thought it was continuous RMS. And then they want, a Punch 800 because their speakers can handle 800, but they can't actually handle 800. They can actually only handle 400 max times 2. They can handle 800 max, not 800 continuous. And so if you had just 2 subs, you're popping them with that Punch 800. So you get your advertisement out there, Punch 800 watt amp. Now they've got a call. Is this the Punch 800 model number, which puts out 1600 watts max? Or is this a Punch amplifier that puts out 800 watts, which just happens to be perfect for my 2 12-inch subs, at this low price point of $195 instead of the $600 to $800 that you'd pay for the Punch 800 new? So yes, you can get the perfect amplifier for $200, but you're going to call because it says 800 watt Punch. You have to verify, like, is it the model number 800 or is it the watts 800? And they don't even need the model number 800. Their system can't handle it. So you get them in on the thing they want, and then you explain, look, yeah, you can get that, and I'm going to sell it to you the best price around. Or I got this other thing, which is going to cost you less, and I'm going to make more money on it, and it better fits your purpose. So they would come in and want, Rockford Fosgate Punch 12s, and then I would let them hear Excursion 12 inches that had, 50% more X max, better power handling, better physical compliance and longer voice coils and wider voice coils, and they're just superior product, operate in a smaller box. And so at that time, back then, the Excursions just beat up the Punches badly. Longer warranty, lower cost to get in, better sound. I won, I made more money. They won, they spent more money and got better product. And I think having a premium kind of loss leader offer where, hey, you want to get a Bitcoin trust? We got that for you. We got that for you at the lowest rates you're going to find. And while you're here, let me just mention, if you like superior performance, we also have this HEX, and you might want to check it out because it's better. And here's why. So that was my lawyer calls, and then developer calls. I mean, I don't know how much of other people's roadmaps I'm allowed to share publicly, but there are people in the HEX ecosystem working on layer 2 HEX stakes to allow people to on-ramp via layer 2, so you're not having to pay $35 to go through Uniswap, and you're not having to pay $8 to send just raw Ethereum somewhere. To send exchange from the exchange to your wallet, that's $8 now on Ethereum. If you want to send HEX, that's $16 now on Ethereum. And we've seen it spike higher. It sucks. It really sucks. So, and that's just, there's other suck coming too. So guess what? Ethereum, the unstoppable computer? Well, the unstoppable computer has developers voting to raise certain projects' prices and not other projects. What? Yeah. So they raised the price of loading from data, the S-load function. They raised its cost 4x, either right after HEX launched or just before it, one of the two. Can't remember which. And we saw it, and we're like, oh, we have to account for this. That's the reason you can't have 50-year stakes. That's the reason your max stake is 15 years, because they raised the S load cost by 4x, which broke a lot of dApps, by the way. There are dApps that were just murdered by the devs because they decided to change some parameters. Okay. Well, time to raise those costs again. This new fork that's coming up, the Berlin fork in April 14th, which is less than a month from now, about a month, call it a month, it's going to raise the S load cost again. And it's going to raise it from 400 to, or no, it went from 200 to 800, and now it's going from 800 to 2100. Oh, but Richard, you can use approved lists, and if you warm up the storage and are using it from the same address, then it becomes cheaper. Who's doing that? One address is not at the same time performing 20 end stakes that all overlap the same time zone to take advantage of in that transaction, warming up that data slot to reduce its cost. It's not happening. People spread their stakes over time. They don't have a bunch like ending the same day, all overlapping. So basically, this new fork is going to increase the cost to end stakes. Now, is it increasing the cost for everybody else? No, not increasing the cost for everybody else. Why? Because everybody else has fake bullshit that doesn't actually use business logic and storage. Every other thing going on Ethereum for the most part is like some comedy ERC20 bullshit that doesn't need to actually store data or do business logic. But because HEX is a real invention that does truly innovative things, we need to do math. We need to add things. And the process of loading something from storage so that you can do a loop and add it for every day someone earned interest, that business logic requires us to load the damn data. And so the concept that it costs $16 to send HEX really pisses me off. And it's not just HEX, it's every ERC20. So it's twice, it costs you twice. To send an ERC20 costs you about twice what it costs to send ETH. So it costs 21,000 gas to send ETH, costs about 45,000, I think, or 40,000, something in that range to send an ERC20. Now, for HEX's functions that use gas, HEX is extremely, amazingly efficient. We use caching so that we reduce the amount of reads and writes, which are the most expensive functions that you can use in Ethereum. We use bitwise shifting and bit packing to use the minimum number of data slots. So we're an extremely gas optimized contract. If you see what other people are paying to mint stupid cats or to do whatever other dumb crap they're doing, boy, do they pay a lot more. Like apparently people that played games built on top of HEX, those games to end your game stake or whatever, I mean, you're talking like $1,000 from what I hear. I don't play any of the games, so I don't know the real cost. I've never seen them, but from what I hear, it's like $1,000. Basically, I heard hexologists say like someone gave him some game token coins, and he would just take a look what it would cost to like end the stake with them, and it was like $1,000 is what he told me, or what I saw him post or say on a stream. So HEX is extremely gas optimized, but that doesn't help us with the $16 cost to send, and it doesn't cost us with the you want to on ramp, okay, on ramp through Uniswap, and now you got to pay three times what a send costs, or 6 times what a send costs, and now you're in like $50, $60 to do a swap on Uniswap. It sucks. It's not okay. And with this fork that's coming up in a month, it may not affect the swaps much, but it'll affect your end stakes. That pisses me off, man. You want to scale storage? Storage is naturally scaling. Go optimize your database. Go increase the block size limit. It worked fine last time. You went from 10 million gas max per block to 12 million. It went fine. It went absolutely fine. So take it to 15. Take it to 20. Okay, it went too far. Back it off a little bit. But don't just increase the fees. Sucks. Really sucks. So, you know what the solution is? A lot of other people have already forked Ethereum. Those things work just fine. Haven't heard of anyone losing any money on any Ethereum forks except Ethereum Classic. Why? Because it uses proof of work. And proof of work is easily attackable. So if you're a minority, if you use the same proof of work other things do, and people can just go rent it on NiceHash, then they can just rent 51% attack you. It's garbage, right? So you do not want to be a minority hash rate. And so your only options are use proof of stake or hack in some checkpointing, which sucks, super centralized, or so use proof of stake, do checkpointing, or try and do a proof of work change. And proof of work change doesn't work because now any botnet can attack you. So screw proof of work change, screw proof of work. I've never heard of a proof of stake coin losing money. I've heard of a lot of proof of work coins losing money. Ravencoin, inflation bug. Bitcoin, inflation bug. Ethereum Classic, multiple 51% attacks. Like now some of these inflation bugs aren't particularly the fault of the proof of work. So, yeah. Proof of work, Ethereum forks. I haven't heard of any of them losing money. Delegated proof of stake coins. I've never heard of them having consensus failure, losing money. Haven't heard of it. Pretty sure it works. Oh, who also switching to proof of stake and getting rid of proof of work? Ethereum. Okay, and how are they doing that? They're moving system state over to a proof of work system that they already have up on testnet, which is ETHEREUM 2.0. So proof of stake's here. It ain't going nowhere. We use proof of stake and HEX to distribute inflation. We only use proof of work because Ethereum does. So I haven't figured out the tokenomics as to the fundamentals of the token. I haven't figured that out yet. I don't think it'll take me long. It's what I do in my free time. But I think it would be very, very cool for HEX and perhaps some other things, maybe all the things, to have a place to operate that is cheaper and faster, and is cheaper and faster because it switched from proof of work to proof of stake. Now, is there a security trade-off? Kind of, yeah. If some evil people decide to go hunt down 100 servers and lock everybody up that ran the 100 servers, then the community would probably be like, hey, we're forking back to proof of work. And then what did you get done? So, and by the way, this is the same thing that you'd do to Bitcoin. Like how many actual farms and their pools are responsible for all of Bitcoin's hash rate? 6, 8, might actually be 4. And they're just trying to make it look like they're not that big. So they just spread it out more. So if you decided to start kicking in doors and trying to disturb the proof of work ecosystem, you could do it. But no one is going to do it because then these are socially enforced networks. The real thing that makes blockchains work, it's not the hash rate, it's not the chain length, it's not the chain weight, it's a social consensus. So why is a fake Bitcoin not worth the same as a real Bitcoin? Because the social consensus says, no, not fair, not cool. We believe in that, not that. Right? Why is an Ethereum worth more than an Ethereum Classic, even though the Ethereum Classic is the real Ethereum, and the real Ethereum is actually the fork? Like unstoppable code, unstoppable computing. The real Ethereum was like, no, DAO hacker loses his money. Sorry. Hacker doesn't get paid. And then Ethereum Classic was like, yes, hacker gets paid. It's fair. He won. And it's hard to say who was right. Apparently it worked out because Ethereum's, outperforming Bitcoin 2-to-1 over the last year and a half. So I know proof of stake consensus works. I know a lot of projects have forked Ethereum and done very well. I know that you can do it affordably, cheaply. Why not? Why not do these things? The other option is, do you want to pay $16 to send? That doesn't have anything to do with the HEX contract. This is totally outside our control. Is it okay that to on-ramp to HEX, it costs like $35 or $45 in a Uniswap fee, which is also extremely gas optimized, I might add, or that you have to pay $16 to do a send? I said this before. Listen, if Ethereum goes down or it starts to suck too bad, there's other networks we can go to, or we can just fork it. That's what I've been saying since the beginning. Okay, well, it sucks now. So I'm forking it. You know, and if the HEX community finds consensus to say, yes, it's a good idea, let's move over to this other thing, then cool. And if not, I'm fucking still doing it anyway. There's going to be a fork of Ethereum that I'm going to like more than any of the other ones. So, like, period. That's what's happening. How would forking ETH benefit HEX? Well, I'm not exactly sure yet. I know that paying nothing to on-ramp users instead of paying $16, I think paying nothing for sends is better than paying $16. I know that. And I know paying like nearly nothing for swaps, so like no promise of work from others, no HEX expectations, just doing some thinking with you here, some brainstorming. Let's say, so what do you need to have a functioning HEX? You need a consensus network that is trustworthy and reliable. Okay, Ethereum is that. But it's too goddamn expensive now. Okay, so then you just fork it and use proof of stake instead of proof of work. And as long as the stakeholders that are mining the blocks are decentralized and distributed, and they're not all getting their doors kicked in for something that is okay to do. Is it okay to mine? Yes. Is it okay to run nodes? Yes. Okay, so why is anyone getting their doors kicked in? They wouldn't. It's never happened before. I've never heard of any node operator ever having their door kicked in for running a node for a cryptocurrency. Never heard of it. Don't think it would be legal to do that. So I don't think it would be legal to assault people that are running cryptocurrency nodes. Doesn't make sense to me. So it's never happened to the best of my knowledge in any civilized country. So now we need a consensus network that functions properly. We know Ethereum does that, and we know Ethereum forks do that. Like, people are using Matic right now to do HEX. So people are using Matic to do trading for HEX and Ethereum now. It's a layer 2. But is it really a layer 2? No, it's a fork of Ethereum that just checkpoints back to Ethereum sometimes. Okay, so it's a fork of Ethereum, yes. Are there other forks of Ethereum? Yes, HEX TA is another fork. Okay, are there other forks? Yeah, TRX is a fork. Are there other forks? Yeah, BSC is a fork. Are there other forks? Yeah, ETH Classic is a fork, but it gets 51% tax, so fuck that. There's all kinds of forks of Ethereum out there. And I ain't hearing about nobody losing no damn money, except for the Ethereum Classic guys. So there's already HEXicans that have provided liquidity to QuickSwap on layer 2 Matic. And I know HEXicans that are building out layer 2 infrastructure so that new guys can make stakes on layer 2 and get staked without having to pay these dumb fees. But that doesn't save the guys that already have stakes. The guys that already have stakes that are getting beat up with these fees, no layer 2 thing is going to save those guys. If you want to save the layer 2 guys, which I do, or if you want to save the layer 1 guys, which I do, these stupid end stake fees, which by the way are going up in a month, it's just disgusting to me. So you need a new home. Okay, well, where should that home be? Pump somebody else's bag? Nah, fuck that. I like HEXicans. I want to work with HEXicans. So I'd like to see some HEXicans launch a fork of ETH. It's a good idea. I like it, you know? And that's what I've been spending my time on these last few days. Like, if you don't see me tweeting, I'm working. So these last few days, it's just talking, you know, what's minimum viable necessary. And right now, for me, minimum viable necessary is a VMware or other, right, encapsulation, Docker, Kubernetes, whatever, to fight dependency hell that has testnet issued on it. And then we can iterate things that are important to users on that testnet. Like, okay, well, let's have a version of Etherscan. Let's have a block explorer. Okay, let's have a version of Infura for people that don't want to host their own nodes and just want to use APIs. And then, so if you've got consensus network, if you've got system state from L1 already, and if you've got an Infura and a block explorer, you're good to go. Now, the only thing you're missing is wallet. And guess what? It's already done. So right now in MetaMask, if you want to use Matic, you just drop down a drop-down box, type the URL. And I think I've even seen screenshots of them making that easier to just drop it down without having to type anything. So less user error, right? And why would MetaMask support that? Because MetaMask is making all of its money on swaps, all of it. So why would they want to be tied to one chain? And I've even seen Etherscan have multiple other Etherscans for other chains by the same team. So Etherscan's down to play multi-chain. MetaMask is down to play multi-chain. And I'm happy to have another chain. So, you know, it seems very nice to me. How long does it take? Well, we're going to find out. It depends on whether all of these readmes and all of these setup instructions do what they're supposed to do, and how many little edge cases are there, and how many little steps were left out, you know, because when you go through and start recreating what people say is supposed to work, you find out that it doesn't actually work. And then you've got to fix things. You're like, this was left out and that was left out. And you got to do this before that. And, you know, software's hard. Software's hard. Cryptocurrency software is harder, but it's worth it. You know, I want to see HEX at the #1 market cap. And in order for that to happen, I don't think you should have a $45 penalty to on-ramping a user. It's disgusting to me. And I don't think you should have increasing fees out the ass. I don't like it. You know, when HEX started, you had a penny fee. Now what's the fee? I mean, depending on how long your stake is, it could be $60, it could be $100. Fuck that. Like, it's just weird. So right now, HEXicans are giving Bitcoin miners, rather Ethereum miners, an average of $15,000 every day. And I believe 25% of that is swaps on Uniswap. And so I don't have the exact breakdown of how much is start stakes and end stakes and such, because start stakes are actually pretty affordable. End stakes are the things that increase cost the more days you're in staking, looping through, adding your rewards on each day. So like, I dream of a better future where you can buy HEX at the place where you buy your stocks, where you can trade HEX without ever having to buy ETH, without ever having to pay high fees, where you can end your stakes without ever having to buy high fees, where you can on-ramp without ever having to buy high fees. And you know what? I don't have to bleed brand awareness to these other projects which have never been nice to us. Vitalik has never said a nice thing about HEX. To the best of my knowledge, Vitalik has never said a nice thing about me, while I have shilled the living fuck out of his bags. So Vitalik has a bag of 330,000 ETH. It's publicly viewable address. I have shilled the fuck out of MetaMask. I have shilled the fuck out of Vitalik's bags. I have shilled the fuck out of safety. I have shilled the fuck out of getting people's private keys into their own hands. I manually invented something which got people to take control of their own private keys by airdropping people that only had control of their own private keys. Or not really an airdrop, but they minted their own HEX because they were able to mint their own HEX because they had their own private keys, if you're a Bitcoin holder. I have warned people against scams. I have warned people about rug pulls. I've done absolutely everything you can do to be a wonderful citizen. I give away free self-help books. I promote the Sens Foundation, the same foundation that he promotes. And I obviously am doing an okay job because Lex Fridman just invited me. I don't remember, like, he invited me to come speak with him in person. And then I got to decide whether I want to risk getting COVID and flying to the States to go talk with him in person. And he was even nice enough to offer to pay the flight and pay the hotel. It's very nice. And he's in the intellectual dark web. I'm in the intellectual dark web. Eric Weinstein's in the intellectual dark web. Brett Weinstein's in the intellectual dark web. Joe Rogan's in the intellectual dark web. All these guys are on their same shows, and I've just been offered to up my status and join. You know, maybe it's because I have been telling the truth for so long that I'm starting to make an impact in the world. You know, maybe it's because I have had talks with, you know, more mainstream people like Harry Dent and Jane King, and you know, I should put up richardhart.com with my television appearances on, you know, RT television in Russia and CNBC Africa and some of the other things that I've done. You know, been on stage in Sweden with their finance ministers there. I've got a lot of cool social proof stuff that I probably should put up. So, you know, if I want to see HEX do the things that I know are possible, it is a better product than Bitcoin. It has more features than Bitcoin. It doesn't have liquidity yet. That's opportunity. The most opportunity in Bitcoin was when the liquidity was the lowest. The most opportunity in Ethereum was when the liquidity was the lowest. Same for Facebook, same for Amazon, same for almost everything. Your maximum potential and opportunity is when your liquidity was lowest. Today, someone was asking me how to do limit buys. I had to walk them through it. I took him to matcha.xyz. He set some limits. Sweet. Bids, not sells. And then I was wondering, because they upgraded to 0xv4, and previously it was on 0xv3 for limits. And I was like, I wonder, if I can see these on Bamboo Relay, which is where I send people to see the order books, because it's the only place I know without custom scripting where you can see the order books. And it used to work for HEX USDC. For some reason, it doesn't now. I know there's orders there on the bid side because I've seen them with a custom script. But so with HEX WETH, which is wrapped Ethereum, you can see the bids. And I just told them to like click the bottom of the buy and click the bottom of the sell. And then it's going to show you like how much is sitting bids. There was like 2.2 million on the bid, and there was like 170,000 on the ask. It's a good ratio. Not even. I don't even think it was 100,000. I think it was maybe like 78,000. So it was like 10x more dollars worth of bids than asks. Well, that's not bad. If everything else is automated market makers, and then you see like huge asymmetry where there's just a ton more bids than asks, yes, the price that they're at matters. I think that the bids started maybe a third lower on the ETH pair, and then transitioned to maybe like a half or 2/3 lower. You'd have to go check it yourself. BambooRelay.com on the HEX WETH pair. You know, like, that's awesome. And if you look, I think HEX is the majority of limit orders. Like, no one else is even using that functionality. So if you look, if you just click around at different order books, like most of the limit orders that exist, they're actually on HEX. There might be like, maybe the WETH USDC pair has more orders. Because if you go to Bamboo Relay and you just like sort by the different, it'll tell you which pairs have the most orders, I think. And, you know, like HEX is either number 1 or number 2. So the reason I went there is because I was curious whether it would just show me the V3 0x orders or if it would also show me the V4, because Matcha.xyz got upgraded to V4, and it did show it. So I was happy to see that. I wish it would show the USDC pair, but it just shows the WETH pair. Richard Hart, I can't send you a super chat, otherwise I would. Just wanted to say I owe you an apology, even though you don't know who I am. Educated myself after watching some of your videos. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that, Mr. Netlux TV. It's real kind of you. Yeah, you know, I'd prefer not to have any income from YouTube. It's just easier. So thank you for offering to send the money. Give it to the Sens Foundation, sens.org/donate. You know, they're going to do good stuff with it. Richard, what about Fiat Onramps? Well, I mean, I talked at length about the one that would allow you to on-ramp as a accredited investor, or a year later as a person that has access through a stock brokerage that gives you access to the OTC bulletin board. OTCQX, I believe is what it's called. I had hundreds of small stakes that were up about a year long that are now coming up, but it's not worth it right now, so I'm letting them bleed. Yep, that's how it is, man. So on the one case, it's a hidden pumpamental. Those coins that you can't get because it's unaffordable to pay the miners to do so, you also can't sell. But to counter that, you know, HEXicans would have had more money to put in, but they had to give it to the miners. So kind of sucks. And what do the miners do it? They dump the ETH price. Lame. We got your back, Richard Hart. Thanks, Nate J. Appreciate it, man. The same dude, but I still did quite well with HEX, so I can't complain too much. I know the feeling, man. Look, you know, in general, bull market means high fees. That's how it is. We knew that. And, you know, if the bear market were a guarantee, maybe we could just wait for the bear to fix the fees. But the bear market is not a guarantee. You could see a bull for another year or two. You could. Well, I ain't waiting. So what would happen to HEX Classic on the original ETH chain once you made a new HEX? Look, I think that the consensus would be similar to other projects that you've seen leave ETH mainnet ERC20 and move to their own, of which some are TRX, BNB, EOS. Some other ones, can't remember them off the top of my head. So this isn't moving from ERC mainnet to different net is been done many times. So it would probably look very similar to that. I have some very cool ideas for that. I won't share them at this time, but it's figured out. Fuck unappreciative Bitcoin holders should have been offered to the wrecked XRP holders. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Could be. Yep. Would you be willing to hear my app idea if I email you? No. And your username is Bozo Sapien. Double no. No, thank you. I mean, you can go talk about it in Strape if you want, but I don't care. t.me.strape. You can talk about all coins there. I don't care to hear yet another coin idea. I'm chock full. Richard Hart always looking out for us HEXicans. I try, man. I'd run a node for sure. Maybe. Depends on if you've we'll see. We'll see if you will run a node. If you're willing to commit. I'm not sure what you got to commit yet. Does this change the fundamentals of HEX in any way? Nope. HEX is locked in stone. The HEX contract is not changing. You have system state and you have where that system state operates. But the HEX contract ain't changing. So it's not going to affect that. Love the concern for the little guys now. Hey, man. I penalized whales. Remember? Gox me not. Remember stupid whale penalty? Silly whale penalty? You know, if you had over 10,000 Bitcoin, you got nuked like 75%. If you had over 1,000 Bitcoin, you got nuked 50%. Well, man, I looked out for the little guy there. The coins are free. How many other, like, I've looked out for the little guy quite a bit, I feel. Richard, you're too good to us. Right on, Richard. Amen. Forget them all. Thanks, man. And the good thing is, like, I don't want to get into specifics, but there's new heads and new faces and new people. So if you have more people, you can build more stuff. And you might need even more people still, right? Like, I'm not exactly sure what the accurate head count for maintainers is on an ETH fork. I looked at one recently and there was like 14 contributors. But I think there's like a power law distribution where a couple of those contributors actually do everything and the other guys don't really do much at all. I didn't drill down to see exactly what the ratio was, but I feel like 2 or 3 really legit dudes could handle an ETH fork well. So far I've got 2. Was I supposed to say that? Fuck. Yeah, whatever. Maybe I don't have 2. This shit is hard. Yeah, I already offered to fly Lex to somewhere, and then he counter offered to fly me, and it's like, meh. But then I could do other stuff, like I could do like a little local, like world tour in States, like, I haven't decided yet. If it's like hire devs or tour around COVID America, I feel like hire devs is more important in the short term. Look at you guys getting all excited. What's going on here? Everyone's like fire symbols and do it in all caps and holy fucking shit, dude, and all this stuff. You guys saw me tweet the like job listing. I don't know that. I mean, maybe there's YouTubers here that don't read my tweets. Go subscribe to my Twitter, twitter.com/RichardHartWin. Do it, Lex. Best podcast going right now. I think we'd have a great talk. Look, anyone that's on an intellectual dark web is going to love talking to me. Going to love it. Go look at my oldest YouTube videos. That's what I'm about. This is Richard Hart's best stream so far. I am drooling. Is it really? Is this my best stream? My God. Oh, for laughs. You want to see my new watch? I never spend money, so. Yeah, here it is. The time is wrong so that you guys can't fucking dox me. This is a Rolex Daytona. I'm putting it near my face because I have eye tracking on, so this will like put it in focus. The way this watch works is it's waterproof, I think, to 100 meters, which is like, what, like 300 feet or something? I think it's like waterproof to like 330 feet. How does it work? Well, there's 2 kind of versions of this. This is going to be short, right? Because people love crypto and getting rich. They want to hear about stupid watches. But I'm just going to mix it up a little bit for you guys. So sapphire crystal face, hard to scratch, right? You can hear the automatic winding. Hear it scraping around in there? So this watch, if you put on a winder, needs to be rotated bidirectionally. I mean, it'll wind in both directions, 650 times a day. Some watches need more. Some watches only wind in one direction. Might show you a different watch than this one on our next stream. But for this is this one's. You're going to regret ever spending your crypto, by the way. When the all-time highs come, you're going to be like, ah, shit, I wish I never sold any. So consider it carefully. So how does this watch work? Because this is a really old one, the alignment of these small circles here in the middle is perfect along with the 9 and 3 indicator, which means this is a zenith El Primero movement, a 40-30 movement. This is a 41 millimeter watch, which means diagonally it measures 41 millimeters. When you have the end lug, the crown lugs protecting it, it's going to stick out more. Maybe it's like 43 across. If you want to wind it, you unscrew it, which makes it no longer waterproof. And then you just rotate it clockwise so you can listen. That sound is one of the ways you can tell a fake. And if you want to set the time, you just pull it out more, and you can rotate the hand there. And when you pull this all the way out, it's called seconds hacking, which means the second hand is going to stop. Now on this, the El Primero, the second hand that always rotates, is on the left side. But in the newer Rolex 4130 movement, these two indicators here are moved up, which is a little uglier, and the second hand movement's on the right side instead. It's been transposed with the minutes. So I'm going to show you how the chronograph works in a minute. And I mean, technically, if you read this, it's called a cosmograph, but most people refer to it as a chronograph. Why is it called a cosmograph? Because these indicators on the outside let you figure out how many units something is moving by how much distance it covered. So you watch something pass a distance, and then you watch it pass another distance, and you know that length, and then you can use this to figure out how fast it was going. So this one goes up to 400 units. Other watches that have a similar chronograph function might have like 250 or 500, depending on whether you're trying to time cars or airplanes. So let's wind this safely, screw this back in so that you can't get water in there. These are called your pushers. So this thing here that looks like the seconds hand, because it's normally the seconds hand a normal watch, and this is actually your stopwatch counter. This is your seconds hands for just the stopwatch. Your normal watch seconds hands, that little tiny one there. So let's screw these. We start it, and now you're going to see it's moving, and we can stop it when we want. Start it again. Stop it. And then if we want to reset so if this goes around the whole way, it's going to tick your minute 1 tick. And if it goes around all the way again, it's going to tick your minute 1 tick. And then once this is ticked over 30 times, doesn't count to 60 minutes, it just counts to 30, it's going to move your hour hand here. And this seconds hand is just always going. So I'm just going to stop it, and then I'm going to reset it, and you'll see them jump. And then that's it. Yay. Now, is your iPhone better than this? Yes. This is good to within like plus or minus 2 seconds per day. And that's on the 4130 movement, I think. This might even be sloppier. Like it might be like -3 +2 or something per day. So it keeps time like garbage compared to anything that's powered by battery. It's expensive. Like this might cost you like 15 or 20 grand used. What else? It's just expensive ass jewelry for dudes. Like that's it. It's like expensive dude jewelry. So if you want to waste some money, yes, it beats inflation, but not by much. Like you might make 3 or 4% a year on this. So it's not a good investment, right? Yeah, so that's it. I mixed it up for you guys. Now you saw some watch talk. So now I've got I've got 2 Rolexes. I've got a Submariner and I've got a Daytona. Okay, cool. There's guys in crypto that have $800,000 watches. I do not. And I'm sure at some point I'll feel bad about having this instead of more crypto. Richard, do I still lift? Yeah, I did chin-ups, deadlifts, and push-ups today. But I'm just still like mostly body weight stuff. So I'm not like lifting heavy yet, but I am lifting consistently. I mean, at my weight, so I'm doing negatives. Like I'm doing 8 reps of negatives. I have to jump up there Because like at this weight, I'm a fat fuck right now. I can only do like maybe 1 chin up, whereas if I was like, 10 pounds less, I could probably do 5. Why not fork over to this other coin? Because that other coin doesn't support Solidity, and all of our audits are on Solidity, and it's proven and awesome, and it's already protected billions of dollars. Whereas if I switch to some other new thing, new hot shiny thing, then we're going to get to beta test it and find out where the bugs are. No, thank you. So you have to use, look, it would be very easy for me to use one of these newfangled code things. And I've had devs suggest it, but devs will always do that. A developer will always convince you to use the new shiny thing and ignore the horror of being the guy that finds the bugs. So most climate modeling is done in Fortran, and Fortran is like 50 or 60-year-old language. Yet it still does most computational fluid dynamics and most climate modeling. Why? Because it actually is awesome. And just until recently, there were optimizations in the compiler that you couldn't even do in C, but you could do in Fortran. So like, do not fall for the bullshit of the new shiny thing. Use the thing that you know works. And then if you want to do the new shiny bullshit thing and take extra risk doing it, do that later while the awesome thing is already running. But don't fuck yourself by doing the new shiny thing early. Move fast and break things, breaks things. I don't want to be beta testing someone else's consensus network. I want to use the consensus network that's already defended billions of dollars successfully. It's already had billions of dollars of virtual bug bounty on it. And people have already found out what's all fucked up with it. So we've already seen all the ways you can fuck up with Solidity. And we learned from those. And we didn't have to be the guys that lost the money. Years ago, other people already lost the money figuring out reentrancy bugs and other types of bugs that we know not to do because someone else already lost their money doing it. I'm not losing HEXicans money suggesting that they use some other buggy new bullshit. I mean, look, when we got into Ethereum, the transactions cost a penny. So on a new Ethereum, my guess is the transactions are going to cost a penny, and that's just fine. And you can't reduce it to 0 because you need it for anti-spam protection. So the fee can never actually be 0, or some attacker will just fill up all your blocks with bullshit. So why don't I burn my candles? Because I don't clean up the wax. I don't like cleaning up the wax. And it fucks up the lighting as well. It makes this side too bright, and then I have to light another candle on this side to even it out. I'm so glad I randomly woke up at 4 a.m. to catch this epic moment live. Much respect and gratitude, Richard. You're the man. Thanks, bro. Thank you for changing our lives. Can't wait to see the Lex Fridman interview. Yeah, I mean, he's a nice guy. I can't wait to chat with him. We'll see how it goes. Michael's like, unfortunately, I'm front-end dev. Yeah, no luck for you at this point, mate. It's all back-end stuff. What will the fork be called? I don't know yet. If you look at the GitHub repos of most important projects in crypto, there's an even more extreme version of the Pareto principle play. Yeah, it's a power law distribution for sure. Like, it's that way, and it's not just like, it's everything. I agree. It's not just ETH stuff, it's Bitcoin too. Let's fucking go. Fire and flame emojis everywhere. Car HEX stickers almost arrived in mail. Nice, dude. Thanks, House Lannister. Do the devs get paid in HEX? Well, if you're a dev and you know Geth, or rather Go, drop me a message and maybe I'll tell you. t.me/Richard Hart. If you're not a dev and just asking me for random info, not telling you. Big squash emoji energy. Nice. Somebody says he will change his name to HEX Fridman. That'd be funny. How soon will the fork happen? One thing at a time, dude. So testnet first, then implement game theory, then see minimum viable block explorer, something similar to Infura, stuff like that. So it iterates over time. Hard to say, man. Every estimate I've ever given on how long something takes in software has been wrong, and every estimate anyone else has ever given as to how long something takes in software has been wrong. So nobody knows how long software actually takes. It's really hard. That's what's up. But I can tell you that it was, in my opinion, it is a lot harder to write something from scratch of which there is no precedent, that's HEX, than to do something that does have precedent, which is forking Ethereum. particularly when all the tools are open source. So I feel that forking Ethereum will be easier than making HEX was, but we'll see. It really has to do a lot with how well documented and accurate other open source software projects are with the things that they've open sourced. So if they've been open sourced well, the README works right, and there's not weird edge cases and bugs and bullshit, it could knock months off the lead time. But if what we find is the stuff that we're forking sucks, it's going to add months because you have to fight through the suck, you know? So I'm not even qualified to tell you how long it's going to take. Not yet. But I'll give you a guess. I'm going to regret this. I mean, throwing a random ass number out there. You know, I haven't built the testnet, like totally random number. I'm going to say 6 months, but man, I have no idea. You know, I'd be super happy to be launched in 6 months. That would be awesome. I'd be really happy with that. We'll see, man. You know, like we're going to start building the testnet, and maybe I could tell you how the testnet's going at some point. We'll see. Because it's more iterative, right? Like, because there's more components, you could like iterate those components. Whereas with HEX, there was a lot more like, yes, we're waiting on the contract, and we can't like test parts of the contract. Either it all works or it doesn't. But when you have something that's already modular, and you're building different repos, you can give a more nuanced, detailed report. I think we'll see. Patrick Moore says, I want to swap $100 worth of ETH to HEX, and the gas fees are $89, so fuck that. Good news for you, bro. Check out QuickSwap. The fees should be like nothing. So check it out. HEX, QuickSwap. Hit t.me/HEX Crypto. Ask the guys about it. You're in a good mood. Helps. I'm pretty tired, but I guess I'm in a good mood, yeah. Richard Hart telling us about the badassery of a Daytona while HEX pumps is just a thing of beauty. What a great night. Do you guys know that I know like a shitload of different things? You just have never asked me the right question to like access my big ass brain full of knowledge on just random different shit. It's funny. Yeah. Who knew that I knew all these tantric tricks to get extra pulses? Like, it's just, I know a bunch of random shit. Well, it's not random. It's like stuff that I find cool, I guess. Richard, you seem more chill than usual. Man, I'm working at 100% capacity. Like, I can't work harder. I'm doing the best I can. Winding sounds on stream are fire. Nice. I actually said fuego, which is like hot for, it's the word for fire in Spanish. Richard Hart always does his research. True. This is so soothing. I'm like fucking up my language. I'm so tired. This is so soothing. I'm about to fall asleep. Well, don't, man. Wake up, you son of a bitch. All right. Remember when mofos felt like they were rocking the Daytonas when Michael Kors made a knockoff? I didn't even know Michael Kors made watches. Cool. Is this a pivot to gold and silver? No. Fuck those things. Richard, where would you like to see the first HEX headquarters built? I mean, Sky Citadel would be all right, like floating in the clouds and shit. I guess that would be cool aesthetically. But it seems like people are kind of building out Hexarico. So, I mean, there's pretty strong Hexican presence in Puerto Rico. Tax advantages and whatnot. HEX softball. In my free time, I'm continuing to work to make us the best ever. Nice. Holy shit, dude, this watch shit is brutal. I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna assume it's a compliment. Nice chat these days. Roll HEX of heart. Nice. Are you gonna have an NFT for the mega pump? Lol. If I wanted to do NFTs, I could. Don't want to. Like, there's just more important shit to build. Like, people buying JPEGs for $1 million. Yeah, I can make JPEGs, but I don't want to. You gonna get vaccinated? I'm gonna try and not. I'm gonna try, but we'll see how it goes. If everyone can get to herd immunity, then I don't need to, yay. But if everyone can't, we'll see. Rolex still a better investment than US dollars? Yeah, maybe, but why are you comparing it to like that easy shit? Just compare it to crypto and you'll see that everything sucks compared to crypto. So people who have 800K watches have small PP energy. I think the problem with most like 800K watches, like if you buy a Richard Mille 800K watch and then you find out that you can really only sell it for like 600, so you really just took like a beating. I think Richard Milles are way too busy. I like that they're big. That's cool. But when you actually look at the dial, you can't tell what the fuck is going on. It's just like when you totally bust down like this Rolex or any other one with all diamonds on the face. You can't fucking see what's going on. You just see bling. You can't tell what time it is. Well, if I'm just going to wear bling and I can't tell what time it is, I'll make a sick-ass hex bracelet that looks way fucking cooler if I'm not going to be able to tell the time anyway. Just make a sick hex bracelet or any other bracelet. I've got a retarded blue diamond, yellow diamond, white diamond, rose gold, yellow gold, white gold, chunk, fucking sick bracelet I could wear. Like out blings the living fuck out of this, you know, but you can't tell time it is on it, you know. And I mean, shit, I can't tell time it is on this because I said it wrong for the stream anyway. So, like, you know, lol. Can you discuss 0-day issues for the internet and its implications on cryptocurrency? It's been minimal. I haven't seen any 0 days murdering people in crypto. What murders people in crypto is like some swap hacks, giving away their fucking private keys to fake websites and giving away their seed words to fake websites. That murders people in crypto. But in general, 0 days haven't affected people in crypto much. I learned Fortran back in 6th grade. Wish I remembered more of it. There's a huge lack of Fortran programmers today. True. That is true. It's his mic that makes it soothing. What about the sexy ass voice though, bro? What about that? I have better mics than this, by the way. Like I have an NT2A Rode mic that is better than the Shure SM7B that I'm on here. It's like, you know, it's more ASMR like. I mean, this already has like a thick foam pop filter on it that's being made up for by a treble boost in the back here. Do you ever watch the YouTube channel Producer Michael? Yeah, I've seen his videos. It's okay. Funny English dude. Nico something. Irish dude. Oh, he's fucking hilarious. If you're just going to waste your time watching watch videos, his shit is hilarious. Nico something. Can't remember his last name. Fucking funny watch videos. He's hilarious. Should do a live stream with his ass. Hey, you know what? Get me, you fuckers watching. You. All of you. Particularly the HEXicans. Go message Nico, the watch guy, the Irish watch guy. I want to do a video with him. And I'll show him my watch collection, which consists of like 3 watches. 2 Rollies and 1 yet to be named, which is sick as fuck. My 3rd watch is sick as fuck. So, he'll like it. Nico, Irish watch dude. Get him on a live stream with me. It'll be fucking great. Would it be safe to say that it's worth the ridiculous gas fees to get in early? And I lost the message. Sorry, bro. It only lets me scroll back so far. Thanks, Restream. Nothing I can do about it. 1,200 viewers across all the fucking stream platforms. That's pretty cool. Businessman 2K says, I'm enjoying the sci-fi book. Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I wrote some self-help books. I suggest you download them and read them. Currently, the versions that you could download, you don't have to pay for. Lucky you. t.me/scivive, SCIVE. SCIVIVE. Richard, thank you for all the time you've taken to stream. I've found your talks extremely helpful in both learning the crypto world and further growing my economic knowledge and reasoning. Thanks. Thank you, Rodney Smith. Appreciate the kind words. Why don't you do a virtual interview with Lex? He just won't do it. Believe me, I asked more than once. There's two guys that just want to do it in person. There's a crypto guy that's only going to do it in person. Can't remember his name. Maybe it's all, I can't remember who it is. Might be Altcoin Daily. And then there's another dude, Lex, that just does them in person. I wouldn't mind. I'll pay your flight or whatever, but he counter offered me to do the same. So it's like, all right, I guess he wants me to go there. You literally give us the right measurements of life for us to measure ourselves, and you still get the hate. Respect. Knowledge is not power, but the application of knowledge is. Damn right, Michael. Or Miguel. I can't, your name passed by. Agree. Richard, when do you think mainstream crypto will admit their crushing defeat about their opinions of HEX? Never. It's fine. They can buy higher, you know? Like where did Michael Saylor buy? He said it was going to crash just like online gaming in 2013. Back when it was, $1,300, and now he bought it at 50K instead, or maybe 10 or 20 or whatever. So he bought it 10x higher. Talk shit, bought it 10x higher. Okay, everyone else can buy HEX 10x higher, fine, whatever. Would there be potential airdrops associated with fork? I don't know yet, man. I'm not sure. I can tell you airdrops are really common, but if you already have system state, you don't have to really have an airdrop. It could already just be pre-rolled in. A lot of options. Yes, Solidity works on a lot of different shit. I know that, and I don't care. I'm not beta testing someone else's bullshit. I'm using what I know is proven to work. What's your end goal with crypto? Take over the global store of value, all of it. Just be the global store of value. Replace gold as store of value. Replace stocks as a store of value. Replace houses as a store of value. Houses can go back to being what they cost instead of acting like virtual savings account that no kid can ever have a house now, because it's a gambling racket. So houses are gambling now, so no kid can ever own a house. Sucks. Why doesn't CoinGecko show HEX market cap? Because they're cocksuckers. Sorry, guys. They're assholes. They could do the right thing. They could show the right market cap. They choose not to. Instead, they show market caps for scams and make money advertising on pages that promote scams. Fuck those guys. Like, they're scumbags. They make money on scams while gatekeeping and fucking over people that could be saved from getting scammed by being in HEX, 100% uptime, no hacks, awesome, while everything else around it is failing. They are part of the problem. They make money on scams. They sell ads to scams, and they get views from poor plebs that are buying scams and going to check on the performance of their scam to see whether they've been rug pulled or not. It's fucking disgusting. Those people are the problem. They're gatekeeping middlemen that crypto was designed to replace. Cryptocurrency was designed to replace middlemen. Coin ranking sites are fucking middlemen. Exchanges are fucking middlemen. And the less interaction you have with either of them, the more safety and security you'll have in your life. Richard, do you plan to disallow NFTs on your ETH fork? No. Does that sound decentralized to you? That doesn't sound decentralized to me. Can I pick your brain on the best countries for citizenship for tax purposes? You could talk about shit like that in a chat room called t.me/cryptogov. That's where I send people that like to talk about that shit. Governments and that. Is car stereo your favorite way to listen to music? Your favorite speakers now? Genelec. Genelec's the goddamn best. I got Genelec subwoofer in the bathroom. So when I'm getting a shower, I'm enjoying some drum and bass and letting that bass rock me. I love it. And I also, so my recliner that I use when I'm not sitting on the throne here, I go sit in a recliner. The recliner's feet are sitting on top of a Genelec sub. I make sure the pressure's tight so that I get that full body vibe. It's awesome. Love my bass. Love my drum and bass. Love my Genelec 8351s. Love my Genelec subs. You know, I'm just sitting on one sub, not plural. But I got a bunch. I got them all over the place. Genelec's fucking fabulous. Richard's like that one teacher that if you ask the right question, class would be the bomb and not have to do much. All right. Thanks, Dylan. I mean, you've described a substitute teacher, but all right. Which tantric trick for more pulses? You're going to have to find that video, dude. Go ask in HEX Crypto, t.me/HEX Crypto. They'll take you to the how to have better orgasms Richard Hart tutorial. Do you think the 51% attack miners will be more successful in sabotaging Ethereum's POS? What? Do you think the 51% attack miners will be successful on sabotaging Ethereum's POS? No, I don't. I don't really care. It's like, okay, they try and do EIP 1559 to reduce miner payouts and increase price performance by doing token burns on the London hard fork, which happens after the Berlin hard fork. So it'd be maybe 4 months from now or 5 months from now. The Ethereum miners threatened to do a 51% attack. Fucking go ahead and do it. Fine. So now I have twice the coins on 2 networks. Cool. How's that worked out? Works out great every time. Like, you just have twice as many coins. And now you have twice as much money. Some of that money is going to continue to be high value, and some of that money is going to go to fucking far lower, depending on which the market decides is the real one. But in the end, it's like when people get divorced. Both parties end up happier. A fork is the same thing as a divorce. Both parties end up happier. So the guys that wanted it one way, they get it the way they want. The guys that want it the other way, they get the way that they want. Now you got twice as many ticker symbols, more reflexivity. It's just kind of better for everybody. So forks are all right. Like, non-contentious forks that don't result in a reduction of security. And so a proof of stake versus, well, I mean, in this case, it might, anyway, I don't think they're going to do it. If they do it, I get twice as many coins. Cool. Okay, whatever. Like, you know, you're not going to prevent forks from happening. You are going to have forks, period. They're going to happen. So, and in the history of forks, we've seen it works out fine. Ethereum forked from Ethereum Classic. People that had Ethereum before the fork have both Ethereum Classic and Ethereum. Ethereum did just fine. Even Ethereum Classic went up. So Ethereum went up a lot more, but they both went up. So what's the big fucking deal? Like, it's okay. Hex Lover 2K20 says, we're about to make a local high. Is that some 420 weed people language? Is that what that is? A local high? I believe he's talking about technical analysis. Hexaco sounds awesome. It does. What do I think of big blocks? I think that they're okay unless they reduce censorship resistance to a degree that is too steep. So if big blocks make it so that you're no longer censorship resistant, that is not okay. My language just keeps fucking up because I'm so tired. But big blocks are fine if you still are censorship resistant. You're just more performant and lower feed. Like, great, you know? So it's just like there's a tripartite situation. Do you want good, fast, or cheap? Pick 2. Can't have 3. You get to pick 2. Okay. Do you want high throughput, censorship resistant, and God, what is the third one? I knew earlier today. High throughput, censorship resistant, and I'm just going to say cheap. There's probably a different one. There's some other tripartite corundum that basically you can get 2 of 3, right? So you can have cheap, but not censorship resistant. You can have fast, but not, oh, so it's throughput. Throughput, censorship resistant. Oh, fuck it. You get the idea, man. You can't have everything, right? So in my opinion, I am totally cool and totally fine with having more performance with, instead of 10,000 nodes, 100 nodes. And then if someone attacks, you just fork back to the 10,000 nodes. Like, hey, look, they're attacking. Back to the fucking 10,000 proof of work thing we go. But until you get that kind of attack, you don't preemptively fuck yourself by polluting the environment and dumping the living shit out of the price in order to pollute the environment. It's stupid. Like, there was a time when only proof of work worked. Cool. That time has passed. Other shit works now. Period. Like, that's it. If proof of stake didn't work, and if delegated proof of stake didn't work, and if merge mining didn't work, we would know now. Dogecoin's merge mined. Where's the hack? Is it less secure? Yes. Could people 51% attack it? Yes. Do I think people should be putting money into it? No. but ain't no one getting hacked still. Where's the fucking hack? You got to measure reality, right? There's no perfect security. It's an escalating war of security versus attacker expenditure. Like, so EOS sued by the SEC for being a security, found guilty of being a security, paid a $24 million fine on a $4.2 billion raise, which is like 0.24% or some shit, some less than 1%, and got a pass to continue doing business, a waiver to continue doing business. Why? Because this is the best interest of the investors. Had the SEC done something different and murdered the EOS price, how would that have helped the people they were claiming to try and protect? Right? So how has their, like, they only have like 21 validators or something. Has there been any EOS hacks? No. Price performance been shit, but that's not because they got hacked. They haven't been hacked. Okay. Has ADA been hacked? No. Has Dogecoin been hacked? No. Has ETH Classic been hacked? Yes. So we learned from that, don't be a minority proof of work chain. I mean, I could list you. Has XLM been hacked? Yes. Inflation bug. Has Monero? No, because they caught it, but they could have had an inflation bug, and other Bitcoin forks did have inflation bugs. Did Bitcoin have inflation bug? Yes. Did Ethereum? No. Did Ravencoin? Yes. Did there's been a lot of inflation bugs. I keep a list of them. I actually need to add that list to the site. It's good. So, like, you have to understand your threat model. Like, blockchains, the majority of hacks in blockchains are inflation bugs. They are not hash rate related. They're not. Hash rate does not protect you against inflation bugs, and it's the majority of bugs. So you have to understand where your attacks and your threats are coming from. When are you going to move to Cardano? Listen, homeboy, I already told everybody I'd love to see wrapped HEX shares on other networks. So we looked at Cardano. They do not have smart contracts. Listen to the words I'm telling you. Cardano does not have smart contracts. You cannot issue any fucking smart contracts on fucking Cardano. Are you listening? There's no smart contracts on Cardano. There's none. They might have some testnet somewhere, maybe, where they might be maybe testing them and figuring out where the fucking bugs are. And I ain't beta testing on nobody's shit. So stop telling me about platforms that don't have any fucking smart contracts on them. Cardano does not have any fucking smart contracts. Stop telling me about it. It's stupid. Maybe one day it will. Lots of other shit does have smart contracts now, worth billions of dollars now. So you could do wrapped shares for HEX on those fucking things now. You plebs that buy fucking bags of shit that don't know anything about the techs, you kind of piss me off a little bit, man. Because you'll just say anything to pump your fucking bag. Shit that doesn't make any sense. Hate it. Stop wasting my fucking chat's fucking time talking about shit that you cannot fucking do. Hate it. Oh my God. Let me give you another one. Have you looked at Hedera Hashgraph's consensus algorithm? Mathematically beautiful. Is it? No, it's not. You want to hear about how shit Hedera Hashgraph is? Go to ERC Wall, Eric Wall, on Twitter, and he'll fucking show you exactly how dog shit their fake throughput number is. Yeah, it's high throughput with no finality. It's like zero conf, slightly different from zero confirmation. Like, if you want actual finality and you want actual like blockchain things like censorship resistance, well then their fucking zillion billion fucking throughput doesn't matter. And how many blockchains are empty? All of them. All of the blockchains are empty. There's only 2 full fucking blockchains in the whole planet, Bitcoin and Ethereum, and everything else is fucking empty. So why do I need another empty fucking blockchain to go beta test and lose fucking users' money on that has no one else to play with on the fucking thing? It's like being the only guy with a fucking fax machine. How is that useful? Fuck Hedera Hashgraph. I will care about them when they have fucking users and a platform that is secure. Okay? If one day they're useful enough to launch a fucking wrapped HEX on, I would support seeing someone launch a wrapped HEX on it and maybe being the only thing there that has any fucking adoption. The only application that has any adoption on that platform. Maybe then. But you guys buy fucking bags of bullshit. You don't know anything about tech whatsoever. And then I have the misfortune of going and checking it out and wasting my fucking time because you don't know anything about the fucking tech. Eric Wall knows about the tech. Eric Wall told you about ZK rollups. Eric Wall told you about optimistic rollups. That's where I learned about him from. I was in fucking Malta talking face to face with him. And he's like, hey man, you know, this scaling shit, it's actually solved. I'm like, scaling is actually solved? really? Well, that's fucking interesting. He's like, yeah, check it out. You can do optimistic rollups with fraud proofs. You can do ZK rollups. They're in production now. That you don't have. They're not fantasy. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking great. Sweet. Now, here's the problem. Is scaling solved? Kind of. So you can onboard and trade on Matic, quick swap with HEX now, but that network isn't interoperable with all the other networks. So if you have a smart contract there, it doesn't instantly interop with everything else. So like if you have an Ethereum contract, it can call and work with other contracts. But if it's on a whole nother network, like Matic, then you've got to write all these bridges and the code can't directly talk to each other and you're having to use atomic cross swaps. It's harder, it's clunkier. So like, let's say you deposit your money into zksync.io, of which HEX was the first airdrop ever done. 250,000 users received HEX through zksync.io, the first layer 2 to have any adoption on Ethereum. HEX led the fucking way. How much adoption does zksync have? Fuck all. Why? Because you can't do automated market maker Uniswap trades on it. Okay, well, why not? Because you have to program the fucker from scratch. But with optimistic rollups, you don't. So the Optimism Labs, you can take a fucking contract that's already in Solidity, that's already on mainnet Ethereum, move it to an L2, and at least you don't have to write new code. At least it's the same code. But now what's the problem? You don't have interoperability between L2s. So now your money that's there, it's got to just live there, and you've got to do some bridging or other shit to get it back into the mainnet. And it's extremely expensive. So hey, you want to trade your Ethereum and get it onto zksync? I think it costs you like $100 to make a wallet now or some shit. Oh, you want to get on the L2? You want to get on the zksync L2? Well, most people don't want to trade HEX with other people. Most people want to trade HEX with Uniswap or trade HEX with staking. They don't actually want to send it to other people. They want to lock it up and store value and make gains. They don't give a shit about just paying for coffee with it. It's $16 a fucking send. They didn't care back when it was a penny either. This is not what cryptocurrencies are used for the most part. They're not used for paying for coffees. So having the reason that L2, I don't think, is the right way forward for HEX is because you still got to pay $100 to get into the fucking L2. So, okay, someone wants to buy some HEX. I tell a guy about QuickSwap. Yeah, it's great. But you got to get into QuickSwap. How are you going to get in? You're going to send ETH? You're going to have to pay that big-ass on-ramp fee. It sucks. Now, for people that are on-ramping directly into the L2 and aren't already in the L1, they can save a lot of money. But for people that are in the L1 already, you're going to have to pay $100 to get into the fucking L2, no matter what L2 it is, because it has to do an on-chain transaction. It sucks. So if you want to save people that are doing end stakes, if you want to save people that are using Uniswap, if you want to save this, oh, we're just going to fucking raise S-load costs all the time. Lol, good one. Don't make your network better. Just make it more expensive. Cool. Good job, guys. Fuck that. L1's the way to go. L1 is definitely the way to go. And you have to understand, in the case of Matic, what is it? It's just it is an L1 that just checkpoints back. It's just another fork of Ethereum, dude. Like, there's a lot of them. Does the subwoofer work as a vibrator? No, but I have a Sibian, and the Sibian does. It sounds like you're drilling the floors. It sounds like you're doing like fucking construction work when you run the Sibian. Is Bitcoin dying again? How many times we have heard it? Why don't they come out when it is going up? People are stupid. Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree. If it bleeds, it leads. People love their bad news and shit. Oh, just missed a lot of questions. Sorry, guys. Do you think HEX has a potential to become a country's main valuta? That's Spanish too, for value. Depends on the country. It depends on the country. Small country, I think it could happen. Larger country, you really need the throughput. But if you're willing to encapsulate it and wrap it and just do your throughput on other stuff, well then sure. Yeah, you could do it. Richard, can you do a house tour? I could, but I like OPSEC, so fuck you. Like, no. I'll tour your house. How's that? I don't know. You have to have a pretty sick house. OPSEC, short for operational security, by the way. I am the 4th generation of my family that is houseless. We have not been able to own a home outright in that many generations. I'm hoping to get a HEX home someday for my family. That's the dream. I hope you make your dreams come true there in pro. I really hope that works out for you, man. I get a lot of messages all the time about people whose lives were saved by HEX. And sometimes emotionally, sometimes financially. Sometimes they're real breathing life, and sometimes their financial life. And I get a lot of those messages all the time, and I appreciate it every time I do. And if you guys don't mind making a video that we could put on hex.com/testimonials, you know, it would help other people have that same experience, perhaps, of getting into something that could save them. Will the fees be paid in HEX? I don't know yet. I'm not sure. Your favorite influencer is watching and they won't tell you about HEX lol. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. What's with dude's hair? Just hair. What is it? Is it okay? It's just hair. I don't know. There's no product in it. There's nothing in it. I get a shower. I put the Head and Shoulders in there. That's it. Does he answer Twitch questions? Yes, but they're far fewer. So, yep. I'm sure he bought the best chair at the time. I do have the best chair. My recliner is like a zero gravity massage chair, but I never use the massage thing. This is a giant Swarovski crystal velvet throne. Can't beat it. Yeah, I have some cool stuff. Can you comment when the Gox coins might be distributed or sold? Will it be a surprise or we have some time to prepare? I don't know. I mean, look, it's a public trustee that is going to be distributing them. So there has to be some type of agreement. I assume that agreement also has to be public. So there'll be people that have inside knowledge, but at some point it has to be public, I believe, because it is a public liquidation bankruptcy of a company in Japan. So every time there's a Richard live, I buy more HEX. All right, Nick, Florida. Thanks for letting us know. Low proof of work, get bullied. Yep. Would you want to do a live stream with a watch YouTuber, urban gentry with 500K followers? Sure. Yep. Look, man, if you got followers, I'll do a stream with you. Pretty much. ETH is an inflation bug, lol. Man, I bet you have a bag of Bitcoin. And I bet you're pissed that Ethereum has outperformed your shitcoin, your orange shitcoin, by 2 to 1 over the last 2 fucking years. I bet you're mad about that shit, huh? And really, it spiked up to 3 to 1. And it just dipped back down to 2 to 1 now. You're pretty pissed off about that, huh? And all those NFT ads that you see on the front page of the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and shit, they ain't buying no Bitcoin because of them NFTs, are they? Because there ain't no NFTs on Bitcoin. Because you can't fucking do anything with Bitcoin, can you? Except press the send button. Oh, by the way, you going to change the world with your Bitcoin? Yeah, you can do that? Well, that's funny because Grayscale owns 3%. Michael Saylor owns almost 1%. Tim Draper owns almost 1%. Chamath Palihapitiya owns about 1%. Peter Thiel's probably got 1%. Block One that launched EOS, I think they got 1%. The Chinese government's got 1%. Man, that's a lot of percents. The fucking Winklevi have got like 1% or 2. How much percent do you have? You ain't even saving the world. You just pumping rich guys' bags. So you always gonna be those rich guys' bitch, huh? I bet I own more Bitcoin than you too, punk. So you rooting for that orange coin with half the gains? You keep doing that, buddy. You keep doing that, punk. Keep pumping my bags. Have fun. Where are we at? Yeah, when I get really tired, like I start losing my voice. Kind of sucks. Yeah, if you guys know good devs that know Go language, like send them my way. T.me/Richard Hart, dev@hex.com, richard@hex.com. Hit it. If they're devs, preferably hit me at dev. Richard Hart, is Tron a good smart contract? No, not really. But it's like you're just trading off throughput for security. So if you want more throughput, it's cheaper but less secure. You can get it there. Chill out, Matt. No, I won't. People like to watch this shit. You don't know what interesting looks like. I do, which is why I have a lot of viewers, and you don't. So I'll keep doing me. Thanks. Franklin, you are a mod, I believe. Please ask him if we should switch to YouTube. Bitch, I'm reading your shit, man. It's just 10 minutes behind. Chill. The 10 of you fucking Twitch viewers need to relax. Let me put it this way. I got 1,300 viewers on YouTube. I got 30 viewers on Twitch. That's like a 400x difference? No, 40x difference. Go get more of you guys. Like, I read your fucking chats, man. They stand out. They have a little purple icon next to them. I just give long ass answers to short questions, so I'm always going to be losing ground to you guys. Now look, I'm not trying to piss off every other coin. I want people to own other coins to buy HEX, okay? But when I get tired and I keep seeing these fucking shills, I got to bring the hammer on them, you know? Let me read you a hater comment from Cheval Sour. Sounds like a Frenchman. Hey, bro, your foul mouth is off-pudding and showing only immaturity. I don't care how much you know. You will only put people off with that lingo. Laters. First off, bitch, I bet you're still watching. So don't even talk. Second, Donald Trump was president. How did he get there? His first job in politics was president. How did he get there? How is everyone else getting popular? Joe Rogan smoking weed on television with Elon Musk. Does that sound like some bitch mode behavior to you? Nah, that sounds like don't give a fuck behavior. Okay? So I'm going to do me, and I'm going to keep being fun and enjoyable and live my life. And you keep being a crybaby little bitch, improving my ranking with the algorithm with YouTube. Keep being mad. Keep chatting. Don't make me so mad. I don't like the way he acts. He richer and has more bigger dick than me. Not fair. Keyboard warrior ass little bitch. Anyway, is Zero HEX a competitor of Uniswap? No, because they don't have an automated market maker. They only have limit orders and an API that shits orders into other automated market makers, basically. So no, they're not a competitor. They work together, actually. Been with you since day 20. I'm currently reallocating my cryptos and moving 50% of my profits into HEX. Thank you, iCatMendu. Welcome to the party, pal. This shit is still going and blocked. See ya. Shill Team 6. I like the way that sounds. As a shitbag holding pleb, I think this content is great. And if you lambasted my bag, I'm selling that shit quick. Thanks, CryptoFire Pro. Yeah. I mean, look. When things earn respect, I give them respect. I used to shit talk Ethereum constantly because it used to suck constantly. And then it stopped sucking and turned great. And now it's back to sucking a little again. So I just update my worldview, okay? Ethereum was buggy as fuck. Then they ironed out the bugs and launched a bunch of new features. And now the shit costs too much. So I talked to shit. I talked it up. And now I'm talking some shit again. I do what reality deserves. I update my worldview with new evidence. I'm not a fucking broken record that just says the same shit all the time, hoping that reality fucking matches it. I actually like integrate new data into my models of the world, and then tell you what data I'm integrating and give you the ability to make the same decisions that I'm making. I give you my sources of data. I didn't just shit talk like Hedera. I shit talked Hedera and said why I'm shit talking it and gave you the reference to the same shit that I read. And then you can go read it, you know? So like high throughput with low security guarantees is dumb. That's not what blockchains are used for. We need censorship resistance, right? Like, can you speak about decentralization in HEX? I did that already, but you're gonna have to wind back. HEX is decentralized as fuck. I got followers want to do a stream with me. DM me, t.me/Richard Hart. Richard's epic, thanks. Do I know anything about whiskey? I know I hate the way it tastes, and I prefer cognac. Single malt. Don't like it. Blends. Don't like it. I just don't like any whiskey, basically. And I had some Macallan, like 40-year-old shit or whatever. It cost a lot of money. Didn't like it. It might have been like $500 a shot, basically. I didn't like it. What happened to Richard? I thought you're a Bitcoin maximalist. You might want to wake up. You might want to wake up. You might want to start watching the streams because you just missed out on a whole world of life-changing money, you idiot. Where have you been? We already went from 3K to 60K in Bitcoin. We already did, where the fuck have you been? What are you doing with your life? You need to subscribe. Click subscribe. YouTube.com/RichardHart. Subscribe, click the bell, all. You need help, dude. Thought BTC got you where you are now. Hey, pro tip. I retired in 2003. Bitcoin was launched in 2009. I was a self-made millionaire in 2003. Bitcoin launched 6 years later. You thought Bitcoin made me? Nah. Nope. The moderator on the stream just silenced me. I'm James Dunthorne. You don't like to hear me talk about Hedera Hashgraph, do you? First off, dumbass, I just read your comment and shouted you out. Do I seem scared? Do I seem bothered? Fuck your ghost chain with no adoption kid and the fake throughput. And fuck you for acting hard on my stream. Fuck both you guys. Now, if ever you have users, and if ever I want to on-ramp them to HEX, maybe we'll see some wrapped shares on your bullshit. But until then, fuck you. How's that? Don't need another empty blockchain. Got a million different empty blockchain options. Don't care what flavor of empty you are. You want to transact on Dogecoin, Bcash, Bitcoin scam version, whatever the fuck you want to transact on. All them shits are empty. You can go to a website that shows you how much each chain is spending in fees. I don't know if it's called like fee market cap or I can't remember what the website's called. Google around, find it. The only two chains where anyone is paying any fees is Ethereum and Bitcoin, and everything else is fucking empty. So I don't really care about the empty chains. I don't need them. I'm going to launch my own better shit. I don't need your fucking shit. I'm not pumping your bags. Fuck you guys. You guys pump your own bags. I'm not pumping your bags for you. ETH already got the living shit pumped out of it by me. Now, okay, it's enough of that shit. Let's go do the next thing. All the animal rights activists are livid, Richard, with all the chat weasels you're slaughtering. Nice. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. Just Googled Sibian, learning something every day. Yeah, Sibians are pretty cool. It's like a $1,300 vibrator for chicks. Looks like a doghouse. It's crazy. What is my Twitch? Well, my Twitch, I'm not really sure. I'm streaming on it. I guess it's Richard Hart Win. Cool. 30 whole viewers. Wow. BTC is a rich man's game. Last 2 years, we're fighting for the last cheap sats. Now billions fighting for BTC. Sure. Yeah. But it's getting outperformed 2-to-1 by Ethereum, and HEX has been up 142x versus Bitcoin. So now it's maybe only up like 40 or 20x or some shit. I'm not sure. Richard, you're the smartest person I know and the most entertaining. Thank you for all you do in creating your sci-vibe and how to fix the world books. Balliot Brian, amazing. Balliot Brand, amazing that you knew about the second book called Fix the World. Most people don't know about that one. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, nice one. Crypto 303. Can we talk about smart contract and Bitcoin? Yes, we can. There aren't any. Fuck off. You're welcome. My pleasure. Slowest, most latency ridden, most expensive network you could ever possibly try and build on top of. And they also try and shake you free and kill you by changing the opcode size like they did to kill off Counterparty, which was the first or second platform to try and build layer 2 on top of Bitcoin and got murdered and is now dead. So good job, Bitcoin. You killed off Counterparty. And then, by the way, Vitalik was going to launch Ethereum on Bitcoin. Bitcoin guys are like, fuck off. So he went and did his own thing instead. Worked out just fine. Richard, what was the name of the charity that you asked before? Sens.org, SENS.org. They put money into medical research that might save your fucking life. That's about it. One of the Twitch users says, why you have to be mad? It's only game. I finish meme for you, bro. In Soviet Richard, meme finishes you. Am I catching up here? Okay, I'm usually 10 or 11 minutes behind. Now I'm only 7 minutes behind, so I'm fucking catching up with you guys. What's the best DEX? Uniswap. If you want a front end for it, you can use HexDex. No, ETHEX.com. But you know, you could also access DEX aggregators like Matcha.xyz and 1inch.eth.link. At the HEX conference, Richard needs a stand-up comedy special. Yeah, maybe. Well, look, I can be funny. I can be mean. I can be nice. Like every human should have a bunch of different ways of being, right? So why not be all those ways? It's funny when he goes to a YouTube keyboard tappers. Yeah, it is fun. Like, whatever. Ethereum didn't ban me. Well, you know, they're not supposed to do that shit. They're not supposed to. But it ain't exactly been warm welcome. So it's fine. You know? The more people that treat HEX poorly, the more opportunity it is. It's like, it feels like getting to be able to buy Bitcoin at $1. People treated Bitcoin like shit. They made it $1. Now what does it cost? A lot fucking more, right? A lot fucking more. Somebody mentions a Clubhouse room that I should join. It's like, okay, well, I'm on Clubhouse. Send me the link. But in general, fuck Clubhouse. Hey guys, I've invented a platform that gives you very limited reach, and you don't have a room you can promote, so you have to suck some other room maker's dick and hope that he doesn't just mute your ass, or hope that he ever gives you voice opportunity. I'm not doing that shit. I'm the founder of a multi-billion-dollar currency. I'm not sucking some other mod's dick to be like, hey, can I please add value to your chat room, please? No. Like, if I don't get my own chat room, I'm not bringing my content to their platform. They can fuck off. When I have my own chat room, I'll consider adding it to my Restream IO rotation. I'm not going to one platform to give them all my fucking value to watch my shit get like shilled and banned. I'm banned on Facebook. I'm fucking Instagram disappeared. Somebody fucking hacked that shit and deleted it or whatever, mass reported it. I don't know what the fuck they did. I ain't going to one platform and giving them my content for free that they make money on to pump their fucking bags and then be treated like shit. I'm not doing it. So when Clubhouse wants to give me a fucking chat room of my own that I control, I'll consider allowing them to hear me. Otherwise they can fuck off. What question can I ask that will piss you off the most? Much respect, actually. I don't even want to think about that shit. Everyone is entitled to update their worldview. Yeah. I mean, the world changes, man. You got to change with it. My brother told me about Richard and he was right. He knows his stuff. I fucking do. Thank you. And thank you, brother. I don't have anything against Cardano, right? Like, if you want to build something that does consensus network shit with different parameters and train security for throughput or do formal verification or whatever your fucking chill thing of the day is, my fork of Ethereum is going to have fucking parameters change too. Please go ahead and do that. But when your fucking bag holding followers keep saying shit that's impossible, like, hey, launch smart contracts on this thing that doesn't have fucking smart contracts, it just drives me fucking crazy. Like this asshole that asked about smart contracts on Bitcoin. Fuck you, that doesn't have any. There are no smart contracts in Bitcoin. Fuck off. Like, hate it. Hate it. And then I look like the asshole, and then the other founders of other currencies don't like me as much because your shitty fucking bag holder dumbass followers made me come down hard on them, which makes me sound like I'm coming down hard on the other project. Like, I don't really like doing that. Like, if ADA has smart contracts one day and they have users, I would love to see HEX have wrapped shares on there and bring some type of liveliness and utility to their otherwise empty fucking shit. So all those empty ghost chains out there that have tons of bag holders, I would love to see HEX be the first useful fucking thing on their empty ass platform. That'd be great. I'm not trying to piss off all the ADA holders of the world. They did great this year. They had high returns. Fabulous. Congrats on your mad gains. But saying shit like, you know, do your smart contract there, they don't fucking have any. I hate that shit. When they do, I would love to see wrap shares there. Richard, what's the max supply of HEX? whatever it is now times 3.69% more every year. I mean, there might be some nuance as to when people end their stakes and shit. So HEX, inflation in HEX doesn't have negative externalities. The only people that get paid inflation in HEX are people that can't sell it because it's locked. And then if they do want to sell any, they don't have to sell it to pay mining bills because they don't have any. And they don't have to pay it for mining hardware bills because they don't have any. So they don't have any electricity bills, they don't have any mining hardware bills. So maybe the only thing they might have to sell it for is fees. And let me tell you, if you add up what Ethereum miners get paid in fees per day, or what Bitcoin miners get paid in fees per day, it's hundreds, if not thousands of times more than what the HEX fees are. So like, you can't compare HEX inflation to Bitcoin inflation. Bitcoin inflation gets dumped on the market to pollute the environment. They dump the price with it. HEX stakers don't have to dump the price. And if they do, it's just to benefit themselves. It's not to pay some fucking negative externality. So the inflation in HEX is vastly superior to the inflation of Bitcoin. It's also lower than Bitcoin's ever was in the first 10 years of existence on the run up to 20K. This shit's on the FAQ, by the way, if you go to hex.com. Explain how to swap my ETH for HEX again without the stupid gas fees. Google quick swap and see what you can do. It runs on L2 Matic, which I think is called Polygon now. What part of Savai would you recommend to read first, the beginning or the end? Just skip to the part you like. Read the intro, and then maybe skip to the respect section. You know, unless you need money, do the money section. How can you be so fucking intelligent and yet so many people hate you? Anybody that exists is hated. I dare you to Google Satoshi scammer, Vitalik scammer, the dude that founded Cardano scammer. If you Google any crypto founder's name and the word scammer, some hundreds of people absolutely fucking hates them, absolutely thinks they're a scammer. And it's that for everybody. Google Elon Musk scammer, Google Steve Jobs scammer. Everybody that exists in the world that is making a fucking difference is considered a scammer by thousands of people. Period. Google Mother Teresa scammer, hated by tens of thousands of people. So I don't give a fuck who you are. If people know you exist, they hate you. That's fine, because it's asymmetrical. The people that hate me, they can't sell because they never bought, so fuck them. The people that love me, they can buy. And then you have this asymmetry where existing is better than not existing because you derive more benefit from the people that love you than the couple people that hate you. I mean, look at my videos. They might get 10% dislikes. Okay, so 10% of people dislike them. Cool. 90% fucking like them. So it's asymmetrically good. So, I mean, if people don't hate you, you don't exist. Period. If you exist, people hate you. That's how life is and how it's always been. Human beings even have a built-in hate motherfuckers emotion called jealousy. Literally, somebody asked me, they're like, hey, you seen that producer Michael video? Yeah, I don't like watching it. The bitch has cooler shit than me. He's got more watches than me. Pisses me off. I don't like it. I feel jealousy too, right? You know, it takes a while to get over that shit. So he's a nice guy. He works hard and shit. He deserves that shit. But some part of you in your core is just like, fuck that. Like, jealous, you know? That's your humanity. It's unfair. It's not reasonable. It's not effective. It's left over from back when we had 40 and 50 person societies and we were nomadic hunter-gatherers instead of this giant, huge societies we have, exceeding the 150 to 200 people. That's the maximum that you can hold in your head. And remember your relationship to one person and one person's relationship to everyone else. It like maxes out. I can't remember the name of the law where the reason platoons and effective organizations max out at around 150, 160 people. There's some law for it that I can't remember the name of it right now. I have a feeling this is going to sound terrible. Maybe if I move the mic closer. Turn a fan on because I'm sweating my ass off. Hit the bathroom too. These lights are hot. Alright. Let's see where we're at. Fast P, yeah. No reason to like wait. No hot chick? Hey man, I got enough tits for everybody. Show your girlfriend? No. Is that it? Am I caught up? I'm caught up with you guys. I'm fucking caught up. I'm not jealous of you, Richard. Everything you have is exactly equal to the amount of hard work you put in to get it. Not to sound patronizing, but proud of you and your success. Rocker Reed, I really appreciate those kinds of words. Thanks, man. Alright, so look, everybody. I'm going to stay on and keep chatting with you guys for a while. But since I just got back from taking a pee, follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/RichardHartWin. Follow me on YouTube, youtube.com/RichardHart. Click subscribe. Click the bell. Click all. Go to t.me/HEXcrypto. We got 20,000 plus people there chatting about all kinds of awesome stuff. Get my free books, t.me/SciVive. If you're a dev and you know Go, direct message me, t.me/RichardHart. Even if you don't know Go, maybe you know Rust, maybe you want to pick up Go, I don't know, message me anyway. You can email me at dev@hex.com. What else? Wish you could get some hot chicks back on. Yeah, I lost followers on that, so probably not doing that again. Unless we're at a beach or something, maybe. What else is to talk about? Encapsulated stakes, forking Ethereum. Oh yeah, big HEX stake ended today. Somebody got like 1.6 billion HEX or 1.8 billion HEX. I think it was like 1.6 billion HEX. And they restaked it for 10 years, a billion of it. And then they've still got like, I think 600 million. Maybe we could go look at that real quick. So let's take a look at this stake. Because it's big news, right? Like, you know, $14 million stake opened up today. Let's take a look. Alright. Here it is. Alright, so this guy, his address is 0xF1B. He's still got $15 million of HEX sitting there at 1.278B. And his stake must have went through because the day ticked over. So I guess he's got a stake now for, let's take a look. Yeah, I guess his 3650 day stake went through. I hope that the noise from the fan's not too loud. Like I'm trying to like talk closer to the mic to like cancel that out. I can shut the fan off in a minute probably. I just want to look up this dude's stake. So billion HEX, 7 hours and 32 minutes ago. Yeah, so the day ticked over. So he's locked in now. He can't like fake this, you know, fake the stake and then cancel before the day ticks over. He's in. So he staked $1 billion for 3650 days, and then he's still got 1.2B that he hasn't done anything with. So it'll be fun to see what he does with them. Fans good, hear you clear. That's amazing. Yeah. Lamau, it's the Sibian warming up. Nice. It's funny. Scrolling through here. Somebody says smash the like buttons. So we covered the big stake for $1 billion for 3650. You know, the market was like wondering what this guy was going to do with his absolutely gigantic, you know, 2.6 billion end stake or whatever. He's already staked $1 billion of it for 10 years, which is pretty awesome. Don't know what he's going to do with the rest. Hopefully he stakes it for a long time. I think would be awesome. What else is there? What else is there, guys? Because there's nothing else, man. I mean, this stream's... Has it only been 3 hours? Dude, it feels to me like this has been a 6-hour stream. This feels like a 6-hour stream to me. Like 3 hours would be surprising, like... Do I recommend DYDX? The fees are really high, and the minimum order is like 20 ETH or something, like retardedly big orders. And if you actually look at like the order count, there might only be like 20 orders in an hour. It's a really weird market. Like, it almost feels like the trading there is like versus a bot and not versus like real humans. So I don't know, man. It's a weird. Richard, are ETH miners the new middlemen that crypto is supposed to get rid of? And would you talk to the guy you were calling a punk like that if you were face to face with him? If he were smaller than me, yeah. But if he looked like he could beat my ass, no, I'd shut the fuck up. I'm not stupid. I'm not trying to get smashed. Like, when I'm fucking hanging out with dudes that look like crush me, I shut the fuck up. But if, you know, if they're dudes smaller than me, talk a little more shit, you know? Like, I did 3 years of martial arts. I lift heavy. I'm willing to talk some shit. But I'm also not willing to get my teeth knocked out for no good reason, so I'm probably way more friendly in person than you know. You can be a lot more hardcore than that. You're not getting punched in the head. I'm probably a lot more friendly in person. Talk to us about your end goals with HEX. Total global domination. It's better than Bitcoin. I want a higher market cap than Bitcoin. Period. How does it feel to be the smartest guy in the room? Well, it kind of sucks because you're not learning if you're the smartest guy in the room usually, right? So it's kind of better to be the dumbest guy in the room and shut up and listen and learn if you can do it. I can still do it. I just have to like search harder for those experiences. And it's of diminishing returns because I already have so much to give and I'm not giving as much as I could. So, I mean, like, it's not that I'm not giving as much as I could. It's just that I need to be transmitting more than I need to be broadcasting, because making me smarter benefits who exactly? But me building things, if I build cool stuff or spread good ideas, that affects thousands and thousands of lives. And there's a reason I'm receiving so many nice messages now. But me just getting smarter on my own, it's not really benefiting the masses, right? So if I just stay a little bit stupider and spread more of the ideas I have and focus on building, it's better than me just getting smarter for what, you know? Like, I'm acquiring more money and I'm not even spending it. Like, my net worth keeps going up and up and up, and I'm not buying much. So, like, I need more traction and more execution and more building and more effect on the world and less just, like, gathering knowledge and resources, pretty much. Thank you, Richard. Life-changing gains. In it to win it. Respect. Stake it till you make it, bruh. What's your take on Michael Saylor? Hey, he's pumping everyone's bags. Be thankful. He pumped everybody's bags. Thanks, bro. What league should we strive for? I don't have the leagues memorized. Stefan Firebun did that with Staker.app, and I'm not an expert on it. Please talk to Eric Weinstein. When he stops wasting his time talking about stupid shit and wants to talk about something awesome, I'm more than happy to chat with him. But he wastes a lot of his time talking about shit that doesn't matter. Like, Eric Weinstein talks about a lot of shit that does not matter. He doesn't have to. Like, he also could talk about shit that matters more. So I've seen him talk about really cool stuff, and I've seen him waste a lot of fucking time too. So I think we'd have a great talk. Set it up. Message Eric Weinstein and set it up. It'll be fun. Hey, Richard, what do you think about Southeast Asia adopting HEX, Thailand, Philippines, Jakarta? Do it. I mean, I like it. I love HEX. I know a lot of other people do too. We've got a lot of Filipino HEX users. So HEX Philippines is actually, you know, one of the more busy other language HEX chats. HEX Russia, HEX Philippines, HEX Germany. What's my favorite ice cream? I mean, off the top of my head, I'm going to say chocolate. I mean, but if we're going to get specific, I'm going to say like double fudge brownie Ben & Jerry's, or not caramel core, but topped. Topped is a fabulous Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Absolutely fabulous. Right on, Richard. Good answer. My girl and I are rolling. Lamau. Haha. Thanks, Benjamin. Jimmy Benjamin. When can pleb short HEX? I wish. I'm unaware of anywhere somebody can short HEX. I heard a rumor there's this one place that like rug pulled once that you could do it, but I'm not really happy to check out places if it already rug pulled. I don't really like it. My daughter painted me a HEX logo on my hoodie. Shall I preemptively punish her and tell her to expect a cease and desist? Tell me and it shall be done. Jay, I'm not going to comment on that. I hope that your daughter builds you lots of stuff you enjoy. How many T-shares is enough? I like T-shares. Fiat exploited by the rich. The rich is going to try and exploit crypto. They want control. Yeah, we know that. They're buying our bags. What are you mad about? They're buying our bags, bro. The 2 Shark Tank guys bought our bags. Elon Musk bought our bags. People are buying $50,000 Bitcoin that I mined for 50 cents. Be happy. It's fine. And it's already been controlled by the rich elite for a long time anyway. I listed you 20% of Bitcoin that's already owned by the rich elite. Billionaires. They were billionaires, you know, a lot of them before crypto. So it's just how it is, man. Rich are going to get richer. He staked $1 billion HEX. He's buying more HEX soon. I hope so. I like that dude. I hope he buys more. When are you going to get a white Persian cat like Dr. Evil? I don't think his cat was white. I think Dr. Evil cat was like gray. I'm going to check that, buddy. Yeah, you're right. Yep, that's a white-ass cat right there. But he wasn't Persian. The cat used to have a lot of hair, and then he shaved it. At least that's the pictures I'm looking at. I see a fully haired white cat, and then I see a shaved cat. I'm not even sure it's the same cat, but... Oh, wait a second. Yeah. That's the same dude. Yeah, alright. So it wasn't actually a Persian cat if it used to have a bunch of hair, right? Or can they have Persian cats that have hair too? I'm not an expert on cats, man. What do you want to be in the room with and learn from? My gut feeling, human resources. That's the most important thing in the world, is human resources. These are the people that are going to execute your vision. So if you want the best devs in the world, good luck finding them. It's hard. That's kind of where I'm at. And have been for a while. So human resources. Because I already got everything else figured out that matters, right? Game theory, sales, choosing the best industry, zero marginal cost, printing money from thin air. Got all that figured out. But human resources is the most important thing to me, because I've figured everything else out. What would you give to the common man? Common sense. Play on words. Why stop at global domination? HEX could dominate the solar system. All right. Is HEX a store of value? Well, it's up hundreds of X, so seems store of value to me in 1 year. Will ZK rollups encapsulate the internet? No, they're not composable, so you can't go from one rollup to the other, which kind of sucks. There might be some math inventions that allow you to compose across second layer ZK rollup stuff, but they don't exist yet, I don't think. What's with HEX? Are we hyped? Why are we hyped? Just all good news, man. Richard Hart's going to overthrow the Rothschilds, lol. What would be the best media outlet for HEX right now? Hey, man, anybody that's got viewers that wants to have a great conversation. I've got great production value. I'm capable of being very nice and thoughtful and respectful in the right environments. And you can see me being nice and easygoing in my most recent chats with Harvey Dent, or Harry Dent, and Jane King. I was very nice and respectful in those. And you can see my old, anytime I'm on television, I'm super nice and respectful. Anytime I'm on stage, I can be very nice, you know. So I'm not always mean. I'm capable of being nice. Being smart sucks because you meet way more dumb people. It's lower expectations, I guess. Or you just be mad all the time, your choice. What do I think of Avalanche? I don't know. Maybe they do scaling shit, maybe they don't. I don't care. I'm forking ETH anyway. I don't have time to beta test someone else's shit. They just had like a consensus failure not that long ago. Like they had a consensus failure type of inflation bug thing like Bitcoin had in its early days. They just had one of those maybe a month ago. I'm not beta testing someone else's shit. I'm not. Nope. You don't risk people's life savings beta testing some bullshit. There's no reason to do that. Lex Fridman interview would be monumentally punching up in terms of audience reach. Luckily not our crypto people. Yeah, I agree. And, you know, it probably opens the door to everything else. Once people see we had a fun chat, They'll want to chat too, is my expectation. Day by day, it gets harder to position yourself in the leagues, decide the league you want to be in, and go for it. He's talking about how many shares you have. So if you have Staker.app, very cool app for your phone, shows you all types of awesome hex stuff. Very, very cool app. Check it out. You know, if you're the type of person that installs apps on your phone, this should probably be one of those apps. Hex is unstoppable, and all the gatekeeping is just untapped opportunity. Respect. What would you do if you have the means and the money to save humanity? What would you save? I think that the highest and best use of human productivity is to extend the healthy lifespan of humans, because you just get the most free extra years of enjoyable life, health span. So regenerative medicine is the best thing you can do. If you cure cancer, which kills 40% of people, you only live 3 years longer on average, because the next thing in line kills you. If you cure heart disease, which kills 40% of people, you only live 3 years longer on average, because the next thing in line kills you. So if you want to get more than 3 years, you need regenerative medicine. If you cure cancer and heart attacks, which kill 80% of people, combined, you only get 7 years longer health span, life expectancy. So if you can do anything that gets you more than 7 years, it's worth, if you can regenerate 7 years of life, it's worth more than curing what kills 80% of people, cancer and heart disease. That's the real math. Nobody knows it. I've been spreading it for a long time. I wish more people did. Regenerative medicine is the absolute best thing. And then when you give people more healthy life, imagine if Alexander Graham Bell, Thomas Edison, Albert Einstein were still alive and kicking ass today. Imagine how many amazing things would still be getting done. But they're not. They're dead as fuck. Why? Because we couldn't save them, because we didn't have the medical technology. That really sucks that the best of us are just turning into worm food so quickly. So longevity technology is the end game, and making more money, it's not really doing anything unless it turns into extra healthy lifespan. What are you doing with Sci-Vive currently? Fucking nothing. One day, bro. One day. Better 10-year investment, HEX or BTC? I don't have a crystal ball. I think that you've got a lot more potential in HEX. A lot more. Which is why Bitcoin didn't do 100x this year. But at some point during this year, HEX was up 350x. So doesn't get more clear than that. Can you give your opinion of Wall Street and big banks? Sure. Buy our bags, please. And then sell the bottom. And then let us buy the bottom. And then you guys buy the top again. Haha. That'd be great. Who do you want to be in the room with and learn from? That's a good question. I mean, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Maybe I should go to like a... Yeah, I'm not going to answer that for competitive intelligence, but that was a really good question, and I appreciate you asking me it. That's a good question. Thank you. I think I have a good answer in my head that I can't share with you, but you inspired me. Good question. Thanks. 60% of crypto and decentralized crypto market are from Chinese investors. Cool. Great. Airdrop new HEX blockchain tokens to T shareholders. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Who's my mentor? I don't really have one, but I've read a lot of books. So Tony Robbins is good. How to Win Friends and Influence People is good. I mean, read my book, t.me/scivive. It's free. Read it. It's a different cat. The meme goes, we went to space and the cat hair fell off. All right. Respect. Thanks for the heads up. Chamath a shill? No. Chamath is effective and smart and has done a lot of shit. So he builds a lot of shit, man. Like, what do you want? He's out there working his ass off. Have you ever tried Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo? I tried some small circle Jiu-Jitsu, like lock flow, you know, wrist locks, for type of BJJ stuff. Learn how to pass the guard, give a good guard, you know, choke people out against your gi, like a lot of different stuff. But it, you know, I haven't done years of it, so I just know some, you know. If you're a BJJ guy, you're probably gonna rape me on the ground. So be it. Like, I don't have years in it, just months. of groundwork. Because the years of stuff I did was more like linear Shotokan looking stuff, and then later on it gets more roundy and kung fu-y. And then the instructor that I had was also a cop, and so he taught us a lot of wrist locks because they're very useful for controlling people you don't want to punch in the face, like drunk family members and, you know, people you're going to arrest, things like that. So it's really useful to have joint locks and things in your repertoire for people that you just don't want to start knocking the teeth out of. Have you looked into C60 for longevity? I think C60 is a fucking scam, so that's where we're at with that. I had a long-haired Persian white cat, half-shaved because it got matted like a big mohawk. Ali G on its back. All right. I didn't know Ali G had a mohawk. Did he? Or maybe when he was like Bruno or something? Not sure. HEX has totally changed my life. Since 1 year, I dedicated my life to HEX, and it's going awesome. Traveling Mexico right now while creating HEX content and travel videos. This is from 8-Bit HEX. Thanks, 8-Bit HEX. Glad to hear that, man. Would the move to a HEX mainnet be considered a coin swap or a hard fork? Hard fork. What happens to the ERC20? Probably the same shit that happened to all the other ERC20s, right? Like, this ain't the first ERC20 to leave Ethereum. I don't have all that figured out yet. We'll figure it out. Have you used the graph? It seems amazing. Yeah, if you go to hex.com/dev, we've already got a graph protocol integration that people use and shit. So, like backuphex.com uses it. I love getting more and more family and friends into HEX. Life-changing. Thanks, House Lannister. Mr. Beast and Richard Hart. Make it happen. Harvey Dent. Lol, yeah. But hey, you know, Batman's popular. What can I tell you? But that's not Batman. That's Two-Face. Yeah, I know. Richard Hart is nice and respectful. Some part of me thought you were joking, but thank you very much, Crypty Girl. That's very nice of you. I am. Thank you. Why can't we clone quiet hot chicks yet? Good question. What do you think about ETH sharding? Lol. 3 hours, yeah. Yeah, we did 3 hours 13 so far. You're the smartest man in the room, in the wrong room. Yeah, maybe. He was nice with Own Yavin. I tried to be. If you just pull a funny thought out of your head, which coin token would be a good idea to create right now, which is not created yet? Fuck you, is what? The next HEX is HEX. The next HEX is HEX. Hey, what coin can you build that's not HEX HEX? I'm not giving you coin ideas. No. But, well memed. You tried very hard to get it out of me. A for effort, bro. Turn off the fan. Turn on the air conditioner. Thanks for the advice, Sam. It's almost over. I don't know. What is? Richard Hart is nice and respectful of those who reciprocate kindness and respect. Two-way street. True. Absolutely true. What kind of Richard's going to show up on Lex? Whichever one he wants. If he wants a nice chat, we'd have a nice chat. If he wants a mean chat, we have a mean chat. If he wants to have a funny chat, we have a funny chat. I vibe with who I'm with. Like, I'm not one speed. I didn't list to you. Now I'm poor. Regrets. Aaron. Look, man. There's still a lot of potential in the world. Don't give up. Stick in it. I think aliens own HEX yet? Probably not. Unless you mean illegal aliens, and then probably. Do I think BitBoy's a pleb? No, he's got a lot of followers and shit, right? So that seems non-pleb. And he used to have $60,000 of HEX that was given to him for free that he sold. Maybe one day he rebuys. I don't know. It was $100 when he got it. Or like maybe it was like $600 when he got it, or $369, but then it went up like 200x. Then he sold it for like 60 grand or something like that. So he made like a 200x on his money while not saying a good thing about the project. What the fuck? How are you going to make a 200x and not tell anyone about it? It's just like, god damn, that shit's crazy. That shit's fucking crazy. Richard Hart, is it knowable if Satoshi's ever moved any of his forked coins? Yeah, it's public. I don't think he has. Dude, I got so many HEX tokens. Congrats, Gina Griffiths. Glad to hear that. Prayer and meditation or regenerative medicine? Yeah, maybe, but we need more. Lots and lots more. Do you see crypto as a hedge against the dollar like some crypto libertarians do? Yes. I mean, they keep printing the dollar and everything keeps going up and crypto goes up the most. So, yeah, seems to be working fine. Scooped 1 million HEX today. Boom. Glad to hear it, Trey. Trey 123420. Are you guys purposely... So, like, now I'm 7 minutes behind again. And I've been reading, like, fast as hell. It's like I went pee and you slowed down for a while and then you start hammering me with questions again. Have you had any professional training in martial arts? Yeah, I had 3 years. American Kempo with some small circle jiu-jitsu and passing the guard and shit. A lot of punch in the bags, like... When will HEX reach $10? I don't know. Do you know John Vervecki? Nope, don't know him. My back always hurts. Being taken to the ground scares the shit out of me. Okay. We'll just learn to run fast, I guess. And by the way, like, if your back always hurts, there's this Egoscue method that Peter Egoscue, that Tony Robbins says good things about. And I think maybe even Mark Ripito from Starting Strength fame might say good things about, but don't quote me on that. There's just some other, like, famous dude that said good things about Peter Egoscue's stuff to help back pain, so maybe check it out. Egoscue, E-G-O-S-Q-U-E, I think. Thanks for the live stream, Richard. Appreciate what you do every day. Appreciate it. I can't believe you guys can hear me over the fan. It's like amazing. Would I rather be Batman or Superman? Superman, obviously. What? Hell, Superman's mom's even still alive. When were you a gamer? What was your favorite games? Oh, shit, dude. Team Fortress 2, StarCraft 2, Destiny, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Enemy Territory, DayZ mod. Play a lot of shit, man. What do you think about Dr. Greger, the How Not to Die author? I don't know him. The book for me was amazing. I love it, Richard. Thanks, Alex Ka. Appreciate it. The hairless cat is a sphinx. I have one. Somehow that sounds weird, but okay. I'm not Googling it. I don't care about cats. I'm a dog man. How would a 51% on ETH affect HEX and other ERC20 tokens? Well, it would suck. But it depends on what they spent, right? So, like, why do you do a 51% attack? To cover up some spend, to, like, double spend it again. So what are they double spending? Do you think they bought HEX and then they're going to double spend their HEX and then they're going to 51% attack to get a refund on the HEX to fuck over the exchange that they sold on? I don't think that's what's going to happen. So I don't think a 51% attack is really going to affect HEX at all. But it might affect whatever they double spent. So, you know, maybe USDC, maybe ETH, probably not HEX. Because they're going to have to buy HEX to take advantage of a double spend, right? So go ahead and buy some HEX, motherfuckers. You know, what exchange are they going to burn? One that they can off-ramp ETH, like, to USDC probably? I don't know. Like, I don't think it's happening. How many better targets would there be for them to buy and then like screw over the exchange with a double spend? Tons. Hundreds. There's hundreds of better targets than HEX. Richard, you're a great, honest guy, bro. Thank you. Do you think the fork of ETH will have a new token or will it beat HEX? I haven't decided yet. I don't know. I have ideas, but it's not decided yet. Richard, all right, let's say everyone in the world stacked HEX. How would it generate money hypothetically? Well, the only thing that matters in the world is stuff. And what is stuff? Goods and services. And what is money? Stuff that's supposed to account for goods and services. And so if everyone stores their accounting stuff in HEX instead of gold and Bitcoin and dollars, that's fine. Then the gains come from everyone shifting where they're storing their virtual value that's supposed to represent the real value, which is goods and services. So like we're, changing accounting systems is where the gains comes from. The real question you should be asking is, where do the gains in the US dollar economy come from? And the answer to that is GDP growth, usually, right? But they just print all this free money. It makes the rich people richer. It makes the poor poorer. It's not, you have boom and bust cycles because you have artificially cheap credit, because would you really loan anyone money at 1%? No, but the government's willing to. So now credit's artificially cheap. So you have people misinvesting in mall investing, chasing yield to not get their money stolen through inflation from the free money printing. I gave all my family HEX for Christmas. It's kind of a joke for now, but I know time will make them all grateful. Thank you, Richard Hart. Glad to hear it, Crypto 2103. What kind of cars did you have, or what kind of cars do you have, or would you like to have? Can't answer. Look, cars will get you killed. The less time you spend in cars, the longer you're going to live. I'll put it to you that way. Tesla makes the safest car in the world. So if you want to not only have the quickest car ever made, but the safest car ever made, Tesla's pretty good for that. Why don't you create HEX 2 on a new fork and do it all over with a 350-day launch and let them run in parallel? Because HEX is HEX. Period. That's it. The next HEX, it's called HEX. HEX. You don't need to be thinking your dreams and fantasies. HEX is HEX. It works fine. Bitcoin went up 6 million X. Ethereum went out 15,000 X or 20,000 X or whatever. And now HEX has only been up 300 X. So why not do a 10,000, 20,000, 100,000? Why not? So I would rather see HEX do outsized better than fake copies of HEX. We have one real amazing HEX. Let it do its thing. You don't have to dream up shitcoin fantasies. The opportunity is in front of you. You're thinking that the opportunity is somewhere else. It's not. The opportunity is HEX. People aren't obligated to share how they made a 200x on an investment, lol. Yeah, but if they're going to fucking sell it, maybe they would get more money when they sold it if they told some people that it was something cool to buy before they fucking sold. Right? So I say good shit about Ethereum. I say good shit about Bitcoin. I say good shit about HEX. I like to see those prices go up. And so for a guy that's going to dump his fucking bag anyway and shill shit for a fucking religion as a living, seems like a no-brainer. In reality, he just doesn't want to get blowback. Had other people in the communities been nicer to HEX, I'm sure he would have very happily said nice things about it. But he doesn't want to get blowback, and that's fine. Some people can't deal with it. I can deal with the blowback. You don't like me? Fuck you. You don't like HEX? Fuck you. Period. You ain't sending me birthday gifts. You ain't done shit for me. So I'm the one out here giving away free books, free chat, free price calls, free coins, free wonderful advice, free fucking everything. I'm the fucking giving tree. You better like me. What more can I do to be a good person? Any self-help book authors out there got a fucking cryptocurrency other than me? Nah, it's just me. So respect. I'm living the best life somebody could be fucking living, other than I should be supporting medical technology more, and it's on the roadmap. It's on the roadmap. So I demand respect, and I deserve it, and I've deserved it for years. And the smart people out in the world, they give it to me. And the people that are not cowards, they give it to me. But there's some people that are scared, and they just don't want to hear, oh, you like HEX. Well, yeah, you should like HEX. Because all these other things that you've said nice shit about, I've seen it gone to zero. A lot of influencers have shilled a lot of stuff that has gone to zero. And it's disgusting. And they keep doing it, and it's disgusting. It's just crazy. How can I cash out my Monerium? You can't. It's a scam. Enjoy. To be specific, it is a scam, but if you're willing to get scammed, maybe you could sell some of it and lose money or some shit. There's this thing called like frozen airdrops or something where people will shove a shitcoin into your wallet, but then if you ever try and go to spend it, there's a gotcha. oh, you want to spend this? It's going to cost you more than what you would get. And this used to happen when gas fees were cheaper. You don't see it now because it's just gas costs too much. Will banks loan on HEX as an asset if it's staked? I don't think they should, because they can't sell it. So like if a bank wanted to loan you money on a raw HEX stake that wasn't in like a layer 2 encapsulated, the bank has to liquidate your shit if you default. So, they would have to like figure out your end stake penalty if they were smart. So I mean, if I were a bank, I wouldn't give you a loan on your HEX stake unless the value of that HEX stake exceeded your emergency end stake. But if you're already in the money and you can emergency end stake at a large profit, maybe you have short stakes, or maybe you've already served a large percentage of your term, then maybe they would consider that as collateral. Could be the case. I love how HEX has its own cycle without correlating so much to the other cryptos and BTC. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. Richard, where do you live, bro, in the US? I ain't telling your ass. Why would I tell you where I live? I mean, not to be mean or anything, but in crypto, you just don't tell people where you live. Richard, I wish I hadn't blown my wad on day one. Well, you were warned. You were warned. By me. I published the EOS chart. I many times said you probably don't want to go all in day one. Not everyone can listen. Oh well. You should be up on money now, so you're up. Who cares? Digital Currency Conference 2021. Is it real? I have no idea what you're presenting. I've never heard of it. Read the words of Bucky Fuller before? No, not really. I just know that he does a lot of Bucky balls. So like domes, geodesic domes, things like that. He had other inventions too, but that's the one that I best know him for. Did I miss ideas on what can be done with high-end staking gas fees before praying for low fees on Sunday? You did, and it's basically like wait for the community to have consensus to move HEX to a different layer 1. I'm going to be forking Ethereum. Maybe the community likes that fork of Ethereum that has extremely low fees. Could be the case. We'll see. Did I miss it? Yeah, I answered that one. Nothing else can save you. If you want lower end stake fees, you need an L1 solution. Richard Hart, any brothers or sisters, are they smart as fuck? I don't have any brothers or sisters. It's just me. How can we see the distribution amount of penalties our accounts received when others were penalized? You have to figure out how many T-shares you have of the total T-shares. So you can see total T-shares at go.hex.com, and then you can count your T-shares as a percentage of the total, and then you can see the penalties that were paid that day, and then you just divide those penalties across the T-shares, and you know what percent of the T-shares are yours, and then that's how much you got paid of the penalties that day. So you need to understand how much you own of the total T-shares of that day, and whatever percentage that is, you just multiply it by the emergency end stake or late end stake penalties that occurred. The fan is very quiet. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. No shit. That's crazy because it's loud as fuck over here. Richard, where are the media outlets you'd like to be interviewed on? Bro, wherever you'd like to see me interviewed, right? Lots of viewers. That'd be great. I'm going to interview well, like anywhere. I've never had a bad interview that I'm aware of. Even the ones that were supposed to be bad, they're still fun to watch. Daisy was a shit. Daisy was fucking amazing. Daisy was awesome. Trying to understand this question. Okay, here we have someone that thinks they're smart, but they're not smart. But you can learn from them. So I'm going to help you understand better what they don't understand. So Aaron Benoit says, if all other forks fail, like Bcash, is the only reason a HEX move would succeed is the fact that you would be endorsing it? If so, isn't that a sign that HEX is too dependent on you? So let's analyze all the fuck-ups this person has made. Ready? Have we seen projects leave Ethereum and become wildly successful on their own, no longer on Ethereum? Let me think. As a matter of fact, let's go to nomics.com and just take a look at some projects. Let's take a look-see. So here we have Ethereum. Ethereum is a fork. Ethereum is a fork of Ethereum Classic. Ethereum is doing very well. So far, so good. Scroll down a little bit. Tether. Tether used to run entirely on Bitcoin. It used to run entirely on the... can't even remember what it's called. Some other thing on top of Bitcoin. Omni protocol. Now it runs primarily the majority of its transactions on Ethereum as an ERC20. Okay, let's continue. So they moved networks, and it worked fine. Yep, Ethereum had a fork, and it worked fine. Yep. Binance Coin, BNB. Now look, this is number 2, number 3, and number 4. Binance Coin used to be an ERC20. And then moved to their own mainnet. How are they doing? They're number fucking 4. Seems to be going quite well. Cardano, Polkadot, Ripple, Uniswap. Another ERC20 running on Ethereum, now number 8 in market cap. Chainlink, another ERC20 running on Ethereum, number 10. USDC, primarily running on Ethereum, number 12. Wrapped Bitcoin, only running on Ethereum, number 15. Theta, can't remember, think it might be an L2 of Ethereum, number 17. HEX, ERC20, on Ethereum. FTX, ERC20, on Ethereum. Holy shit. Number 23, Aave, ERC20 on Ethereum. Number 24, ERC20 on Ethereum. Number 25, ERC20 on Ethereum. Number 27, EOS, used to be an ERC20 on Ethereum. Tron, number 30, used to be an ERC20 on Ethereum. Huh, wow, this is amazing. It's almost like everything's a fucking ERC20 on Ethereum. Oh my god. What is that? Bitcoin sucks dick? Oh my god, Bitcoin sucks dick. Did you hear that? Whoa, crazy. Bitcoin sucks massive cock. None of these tokens, which are worth billions of dollars, is on Bitcoin. Whoa, isn't that crazy? Maybe that's why all the NFTs are on Ethereum, and all the other tokens are on Ethereum, and HEX is on Ethereum, and Ethereum's outperforming Bitcoin's performance for over a year at 2x to 3x. Oh my god, Bitcoin sucks so much dick. That's, oh, what the fuck? Oh, it sucks so hard. I'm being sucked into a black hole. When you Bitcoin maximalists come and like talk shit and act smart on my stream, you're going to get it. You're going to get it good. And I'm the one to give it to you. So fuck Bitcoin. Ethereum's killing it. And now, because Ethereum has been so wildly successful and has so many fucking users and so much adoption, now it's just too goddamn expensive. So now people are finding some other shit to do. It's too successful. Not too unsuccessful. So back to the original premise of this cocksucker's question, which is, fuck you, Richard, you suck. You have a centralized shitcoin. And what else? Fuck you, Richard, all forks fail. Nope, they don't. EOS moved to a mainnet. Worked fine from ERC20. TRX moved to a mainnet from ERC20. Worked fine. BNB moved to a mainnet from an ERC20. Bitch, it's number 4. So fuck you. Enjoy your free education. I'm the guy that just taught you about a whole list of coins that are curb stomping and raping Bitcoin's gains and shitting all over it. Shitting all over Bitcoin's gains. Murdering Bitcoin's gains. You know what else beat Bitcoin this year? Tesla. Wah, wah, wah. So fuck you, Aaron. That's where we're at. I think that covers it. But let me make sure. Yeah, so mentioning Bcash, I just mentioned like 6 things that are top 20 value coins. And by the way, where is Bcash, the one that you said failed? Number 11. For a fucking failure, still number 11. Only worth 520. What is that? Hold on. 10 billion. Sorry. Bitcoin Cash, what you're calling a failure, it's worth $10 billion. Seems like a lot of money for some shit everyone got for free. Free. I wrote you a guide how to sell it when it was worth 16%. Now it's worth 1%. I wrote that guide. Did you write a guide? on how to sell Bitcoin Cash at 16% of a Bitcoin? You didn't? I did? Yeah. Learn from me. Stop being a bitch. Onward. Sorry I missed some of your guys' questions. Thoughts on Decentraland? I'm not buying fake real estate, dude. Sorry. And the gas fees, lol, wrecked. Ultra wrecked. Not gas optimized. It might cost you like $80 to do anything on that shit. More. What are your thoughts on debt? Is it smart to leverage or buy a house with cash if you have the 300K? I mean, look, the guys that already have that figured out is like Personal Finance Reddit. So if you want to know whether to like get a loan or not, I mean, basically it summarizes to, if you can get a loan at 1% and the markets pay 10% or 20%, seems like a no-brainer. And if it doesn't work out, you can file bankruptcy. So it's almost like a free call option. I mean, seems like a good idea to me. Richard Hart, the logo, the hexagon goes up and to the right. Did you play with the direction of the color gradient too? How did you choose the final design? Through iteration and a lot of hard work. You can actually see the history of the Hex logo in Hex memes, t.me/Hex memes. You can see us iterating and giving different options and different color schemes. So you can actually see how we iterated it in the Hex memes chat. Thank you for protecting our life savings, Richard. Doing the best I can, guys. I'm just trying to build cool stuff. If you benefit from it, cool. Richard, thanks again for Hex. Been here since day one. Invested throughout the 350 days. Also made lots of Hex and referrals. Glad to hear that, Falcon Crypto. Hit the like, says El Hexidente. When Hex hits 369x, there should be a celebration. I like that idea. Lights out, 193. Rich men don't drive. Good point, Jason Brabant. What are some good resources for learning about Hex? Hex.com/techspecs if you're technically inclined. Or Hex.com, got some cool videos there, you know, or you could read the white paper. Those are all good too. So Hex.com/dev. Here's a Richard Hart I love. Thanks, Big Bizzle. Preach! Thanks, man. What are your thoughts on wave staking? Fuck your shitcoin. I don't know or care. Don't give a fuck. Yes, Richard Hart and HEXicans spitting out spleens for Hex. Te amo, which means I love you. Thank you, Andrew Sota. Wish it was an Andrea, but I'll take it. Richard, do you still plan to take on the complexity of CFT token? No, that shit is too hard. Sorry, bro. After Hex, and more Hex, and some more fucking Hex, eventually Scivive. That's what's up. So, sorry, CFT. Not doing it. If you do Hex stocks, won't you have to sell Hex when people claim redemption, sell the stock? No, because you don't have to do redemptions. Check out Grayscale. You literally cannot redeem your you cannot redeem your Grayscale stock for Bitcoin. You can't. It's that easy. What's up, Rich? You're an intelligent gangster. Thanks, bro. Just got in the stream, man. Just want to ask, what's the story behind the title? Cheers. It's so people click it. I don't think Bitcoin's going to zero. I don't think Ethereum's going to zero. I don't think basically crypto can't even go to zero because you can't set limit orders at zero. So you could just basically trade at the minimum tick of the smallest bid order that you can place. But I need y'all motherfuckers to click, and you only click this clickbait bullshit in all caps. So I'm doing it. I'm not putting custom titties on the headline. I'm not making a stupid face for the fucking thumbnail, but I will type some all cap shit for y'all. So there it is. Richard Hart, give it to me, the chair. No, my chair. Go see Lex. Yeah, I'm seriously considering it. My Hex stakes make my wife more amorous. That is pleasant. Respect. I'm glad that she likes that. Can we hear more on encapsulated stakes and some of the things that have been built already that are using them? Nothing yet. I mean, they're in dev, right? So people are testing them. Richard chatting with already covered that. Dude, you should multiply and go make kids and stuff. Yeah, I know. Can you lend us money based on people's 365 Hex stake? I explained that already. Best place to buy Hex? Sadly, buy USDC for free with no fees from Coinbase if you're a US citizen or resident, or get Ethereum somewhere, Bitstamp, Gemini, Coinbase, Kraken, Bitflyer, wherever, and then transform it into HEX. You can transform it at 1inch.eth.link or matcha.xyz, M-A-T-C-H-A, or ETHEX.com, or a lot of other places. QuickSwap on layer 2 with lower gas fees. Any of those places. There you go. You'd also, go to t.me/HEX Crypto, ask the dudes in there. If you're worried about getting messaged by a whole ton of imposters and hackers, you can go to t.me/HEX Security, and they can give you tips on how to not fall for the scammers that are going to message you on Telegram. Oh, by the way, like if you're using credit card and you're in the EU, you can just use HEXicans or Hexican, I can't remember, .store. I think it's plural. I think it's Hexicans.store. You can use credit card direct there. Maybe that works for you. If you have dinner with anyone dead or alive, who and why? I don't know, Christopher Hitchens off the top of my head, but Abraham Lincoln would be cool. Like, who else? Jesus Christ, let's go for that one. I'll take Jesus. Having dinner with Jesus. And he's bringing the wine. Richard, why not fork ETH and Rust? Well, because everyone else just already chose Geth. So to fork ETH and Rust is fork a parity. And people just, so the guys that maintain parity decided to go do some other coin. And so parity stopped being parity and turned into open Ethereum. But the guys that maintain Geth, they didn't go do some other coin. They sticked with Geth. And so for whatever reason, Infura uses Geth, most of the forks use Geth, Geth's written in Go, parity's written in Rust. So we're probably going with Go. Very, very likely. But if we were going to build on some open Ethereum fork, then we would be Rust. But just everyone else chose against that, so I'm also going to choose against that. So I think Go is where we're going to be, and I don't think Rust is where we're going to be. My opinion. And since it's probably not going to be Rust. Richard Hart is a beast. Thank you. You sound like Max Kaiser for a minute. Yeah, I can do funny monologues like Max does. It's fun. I got a lot of different stuff I can do. That's one of the things. Told my coworkers how I'm doing in HEX. My workload has increased by 30% on the daily. People hating on the fact that it might be possible for me to leave soon. I was just trying to help. That's fucked up, dude. That's crabs in a bucket. Bunch of crabs in a bucket. One crab's getting out. Another crab's like, can't leave. Sorry to hear that, man. Hope it works out for you. Someone, Opie fucking Taylor says, it cost me I thought it said $7 billion in total fees to send $400 in Bitcoin. But I think he said $78, not 7B. The 8 looks like a B from here. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. That fee sucks, mate. Bitcoin fees suck terribly. How can we get HEX without the ridiculous gas fees? Try QuickSwap. Or you can use, if you're using a credit card, you can use Hexicans.store. Look, it's on a lot of exchanges. I just hate exchanges. They steal your money. So you can avoid exchanges, do. $14 pulses token maximalist. Nice one, dude. You misunderstood. I'm not a BTC maximalist at all. What I'm wondering is about the scenario of a schism in the HEX community if the current HEX remains on ETH simultaneously next to a new HEX. Aaron Benoit, that's a very legitimate question. Thank you for putting it so eloquently and typing it with punctuation and capitalization and all that stuff. My opinion of you has raised quite a bit. So I'll answer that question. I don't think that, how do I state this? If I died and go.hex.com went offline, well, let me give you an example. Have I ever used QuickSwap in my entire life? Nope. Have I ever used Matic in my entire life? Nope. But the HEX community saw a problem and wanted to solve it. They're tired of getting beat up by gas fees to use Uniswap, and they're tired of getting beat up with swap fees, and they're tired of getting beat up with on-ramp fees. So the HEX community went out and found a solution that I did not find. I did not find that solution. I do not provide liquidity on it. I have never, I don't have shit to do with it. But the HEX community did it on their own. I don't have fuck all to do with Matic. I don't own any. I don't have fuck all to do with QuickSwap. I'm not an LP. I've never used any of that shit. Never. But the HEX community has. And there's, the last time I looked, there's 500K of liquidity on there, the last time I looked. And that's without even that's without even getting incentivized with much of their farming coin or whatever, right? Someone just messaged me earlier about, hey, if there were more liquidity on QuickSwap, we could get more farming coin or something. And I haven't even bothered to look at it. So what did I have to do with that? Absolutely fucking nothing. Nothing. So now today and yesterday, I'm having calls with devs all day long. And I'm telling about my vision of what I think should happen. And all I'm getting is argued with. Because everyone else has other ideas too. Because I am not... I know a lot of stuff, and there are people that I talk to that know more than I do. So for instance, Kyle knows more about the bridges and the cross-chain swaps between L2s and L1s than I do. Firebun knows more about those bridges than I do and has used Matic. So I listen to Firebun about the things he says about the L2 on Matic. I listen to Kyle about the things he says about the cross-chain swaps. I'm very intelligent, but I'm not a developer. So when I have to, I'm not a developer, but I can debug some code. I can you should watch my video on So You Want to Be a Developer so that you can understand my project management skills as a team leader in a development thing. So I'm not a developer, but look, HEX exists. I'm not a developer, but look, go.hex.com has 100% uptime. Hex.com has 100% uptime. I'm not a developer, but hey, look at all this amazing stuff, right? So I still take opinions that other people have that have subject experience. So for instance, what's better? Dependency hell or getting consensus on Kubernetes or Docker or some VMware, right? Some VM. Are we going to use Hyper-V, or we're going to use Cisco's VirtualBox? So which flavor of virtualization encapsulation is the better one? And you're going to get shitloads of arguments constantly. What's better, tabs or spaces? You're going to get constant arguments. What's better, Vim or Emacs? You're going to get tons of arguments. So these design decisions and tooling decisions and stack decisions, they happen at an abstraction level higher than just doing dev. It's like knowing the metagame. You play a game, this is the strategy that wins, this min-max, this composition, and then they do a patch and they rebalance the game. And now what used to work doesn't work. And now you have to learn new timing attacks. You have to learn new compositions. Okay, now assassins don't do well, bruisers do well. Now weak side is strong side. There's all this game theory parameters that change. And that same type of stuff happens with development. So, there was a time when Node.js was the hotness. Now it sucks. Now the hotness is Rust and Go. And there will be a point when Rust and Go suck and then the new hotness will be some new thing, and you have to understand, okay, how much advantage am I going to get from using this instead of that? And these stack and design parameter decisions exist on multiple levels. So we have to choose an encapsulation for virtualization if we're going to use it to avoid dependency hell, or standardize everyone on an OS with a really good README that can handle all types of fuckery. And that's just like the simplest level. That's just to get to the point where you can even write code and start compiling it and trying to put on a test net. It's actually really hard to get developers up to speed on that. But it works on my machine, that shit's everywhere, man. And then now there's even fake NPM installs out there that trick you into installing a hacked dependency that's similarly spelled to a real dependency that you tried to install. You got to watch out for that. There's gotchas all over the place. So you can make a lot of these higher level design decisions without being at the bottom level of being able to execute. So there's always a technology stack. We are not designing the MEI inside CPUs. We're not designing CPUs. We are not designing PCIe meshes. We are not designing BIOSes. We are not designing operating systems. We are not designing GPU graphics interface stuff. We're not doing video stack. We're not doing assembler code. There's all these levels of stuff that we're built on top of that we are not touching at all. We're not building our own compiler. We're not building our own EVM. We're not doing any of those things, right? We are choosing the most profitable position on the stack to be in. There ain't no money in building compilers. There ain't no money in building languages. There's money in building blockchains. So we're in the profitable stack. And so by choosing where we're going to specialize and where we're going to have our knowledge and what part of the stack we're going to be in, I'm going to make overriding decisions like minimizing mission creep and scope creep, making as few changes as possible to get to a minimum viable product, and then try and scale on external layers. And it was the absolute right thing to do. So look how well HEX is run. It's run amazingly well. And now it would be nice and awesome to move it to a better place. Better places exist. So I have an idea where I think the best place is going to be, and that's where I'd like to see it go. And if the community agrees, then the community will find value in that new place. And the on-chain other token should be valueless, as I believe it has been with other instances of coins moving from ERC20 to their own mainnet. I don't think there's an issue of tokens that have moved from ERC20 to their own mainnet and left behind a lot of value with a conflicting other old coin thing. I just haven't seen it. If you want to bring me evidence to show me that has happened in the past, I'm happy to see it. But even in that case, as I said previously, a fork is like a divorce, and everybody gets what they want, and you end up with two halves equaling more than the original whole. So it's good. It's good that BCH and Bitcoin exist. It was better for both of them, because then they could go do their own things, and the two parts are better than the whole. So even if there was some on-chain value left for HEX on L1 Ethereum, I don't think it's that big a deal. And I don't think it's going to be the case, but we'll see. So it was a good question. Notice that this question that you asked didn't involve subtle fuck Richard kind of stuff. And so you got a nice friendly answer when you presented me a nice friendly non-fuck me kind of question, right? So this is a good question. Have you considered donating your swimmers to contribute to the gene pool? Yeah, I have. I mean, hey, I'm getting them out of there, so maybe they could go find a new home. I don't know. Yeah, I've considered it. You mean he's bringing the water and turning it into wine? That's his party trick? Yeah, that is what I meant. Do you take anything for energy? I had a lot of coffee today. I try to never drink coffee, but today I drank 8 cups of coffee. So today I sacrificed health for awareness, I guess, but I had so many calls. What's your favorite number and size for the jerseys? What? And I'm wearing triple XL shirts, but you don't have a shipping address for me, so. We'll be able to purchase HEX directly from Staker app in the near future. Yeah, I think they integrated with Ramp. And I think they're trying to onboard directly into the L2 to skip the ETH fees. So, I mean, they've got their own chat room. You know, that's another thing. Like the Staker guys, they do their own thing. They've got their own chat room. They've got their own app. You know, they are not subservient to me in any way, shape, or form. They've never received any money from me. They've never, you know, asked me to comment on jack shit, basically. Like, they didn't ask me about how to do the fucking leagues. That was their idea, you know. Didn't have anything to do with it. So, like, HEX is actually a lot more decentralized than people understand. Like, let me give you a list of all the different HEX front ends that have no similar code base and no similar hosts and no similar developers. Staker.app is totally different from go.hex.com, is totally different from backuphex.com, is totally different from hexmob.win, is totally different from apphex.win, is totally different from hardhex.xyz, but actually those two last ones have the same dev. And I think he made apphex.win, or he made hardhex.xyz like a subdirectory of apphex.win. So those ones aren't totally isolated. But I mean, the code for that is because hardhex.xyz is just to run on Ledger devices, and it doesn't use MetaMask. So all these other ones use MetaMask. Well, I mean, some of them like apphex.win and hexmob.win use Wallet Connect and stuff too. So that level of decentralization is actually unheard of in the DeFi space. I'm unaware of any other app that has that many decentralized front ends with different teams and different code bases and different feature sets. Like, wonderful job, HEXicans. And that's not even including etherscan.io, which Kyle wrote a very nice guide for, where you could end stakes and start stakes on Etherscan without any of these other softwares. HEX actually has a shitload of decentralization in it. Go look at the liquidity providers. Go see what other coins they own. You're going to see a whole shitload of other coins. So there is a ton of decentralization in HEX. Who the F is this dude? Just the founder of a multi-billion-dollar cryptocurrency, serial entrepreneur, self-help writer, gives away free books, free chat, called the 20K Christmas back when Bitcoin was 3 or 4K, called the multi-year bear market, called the sell at 20K, called like, I don't know, dude. Retired at 25, self-made man. I don't know. Just me. You know, guy in a throne. Just another guy in a throne with a Rolex. Lots of us running around. Love you, brother. You're a genius. Thank you for all the value you contribute to us plebs. Hey, Robin Hannon. Thanks for the kind words, man. What's your favorite number and size for the jerseys? Bro, if you're talking to me, which I assume you are, my favorite number is 33, and I wear a 3XL. But I don't think any normal, healthy human should be wearing a 3XL. So hopefully no one else has to wear one. You don't ever want to be a 3XL. You don't ever want to be a 2XL. Is it possible to do HEX on something other than ERC20? Yeah, sure. But then you're going to invalidate the audits. And then you're going to play like, oh, is there a bugville? So there's not a good reason to do that. You really do not fix what is not broken. You will break it. Don't fuck with that. Keep that shit solid. You're not the first guy to suggest that. Keep it solid. There's no reason to experiment with this. There's really not. This is one of those things I'm telling you about. Developers always want to refactor, and then they refactor and they discover in the middle that the new thing is also going to suck. It's just going to suck differently because there's all this shit that they didn't realize, that they forgot about, that sucked the first time around. Which is why most refactors just fail. Because people don't understand that it's actually really, really, really hard. It was really hard the first time, and it's also still really hard. And you just forgot how hard it was. So these type of design decisions where you eliminate complexity and you don't follow the shiny new thing and you don't move fast and break things, these are the design decisions that are the reason that HEX has 100% uptime and so few other things do. HEX has 100% uptime, and Fura does not. HEX has 100% uptime. Coinbase does not. HEX has 100% uptime. All of these other things do not. HEX had better design decisions in the beginning, and it just did everything better. And you know, I have no plans to start doing things worse. Like I know how to do it better. I'm going to keep doing it better. I'm not following the new shiny thing. I'm not fucking getting scammed into some beta testing someone else's bullshit, pumping somebody else's fucking bags, watching people get fucking rug pulled. None of that shit. Hey, nice. Lex is commenting in here. If it's the real Lex. I watched a few Richard videos and was interested. I can't tell the conversation. I can tell the conversation will be good and I'll learn a lot. Respect, man. If it's the real you, I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you. And congrats on being part of the intellectual dark web. You know, a lot of people are terrified to speak the truth to power. A lot of people are terrified to speak the truth at all. They're banning people out there left and right. The cancel culture ain't getting weaker. It's getting stronger. It's terrifying. And I mean, in cryptocurrency, people don't understand how unfair the world is being to cryptocurrency. You cannot advertise cryptocurrency on Facebook or YouTube or Reddit, or sometimes you can see some on Twitter. But Google, YouTube, Facebook, Reddit, nope. You're not allowed to advertise the highest appreciating asset class that's ever existed in the history of man while they're printing money and throwing it at helicopters. You're not allowed to advertise the thing that might save them. That's disgusting. That is disgusting. And I posted that on Hacker News today. Getting downvoted to hell. Getting downvoted to hell. If you complain about censorship, they downvote that. They censor your complaints about censorship. It's very meta and gross. Scrolling down, reading your comments. Everybody's saying nice things about Lex. Yeah, if you want to know what I know about code, you can watch my video on So You Want to Be a Developer. And I cover much more about the different levels of abstraction. Who designed your logo? I did. And then we had community input as well. You can see the history of it in hex.com/memes. Or, I'm sorry, t.me/hex memes. I like the analogy with games. I understand better. Nice, man. I'm glad that analogy worked. Look, I offered to fly Lex. He offered to fly me. He's got 10x more followers than I do. I got the $1 billion crypto. I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna end up flying to him. But look, bro, I'll pay 20 grand to a charity of your choice if you want to come fly to me. Just saying. So Lex, if you want to fly to me, 20 grand to the charity of your choice. Your call. Because that saves me time, and I'd rather be hiring devs than having a cool chat. Like, I love the cool chat. It'll be awesome. I think it'll open a bunch of cool doors when people see how much fun we could have. So maybe if I'm hiring devs, I could see them in 30 days anyway. Maybe we'll see. How do you get the hex gains to USD? Just change your chart. I mean, go to uniswap.vision or dex.vision. Top left corner, type hex and then USDC, hex USDC. Version 1 if you want history, version 2 if you want like current with lots of volume and stuff. Lex, by the way, I did an interview with like one of the old school artificial intelligence guys. I can't remember his name right now. He's also a longevity guy. Can't remember his name. My brain's like dying from tired. Imagine Richard drunk, the guy will never stop talking. Yeah, it could be like that. I'm going back to programming. Great hanging out here, Richard, and I'll talk soon for sure. Love y'all. Thanks, Lex. Appreciate it, man. Have fun, bro. Holy shit, you're still live streaming, fucking legend. Bro, this is only 4 hours. I've done 8. Feels like 6 to me, though. Kind of tired. Hello, great content. Thank you, Boston here. Respect. Thanks, Red Sox playa. Gaming and NFT projects are on high demand. Guys, stop shilling garbage to me. Like, stop. Day one staking HEXicans here will commit to running a HEX full node. I run a BTC full node, have other run full nodes, etc. Oh, cool, man. Glad to hear it. If Elon Musk came to chat, he wouldn't have noticed. I don't know. Richard, I'd really like to see the HEX bikinis go on sale. I'm working on something where I'll have a few models, please and thank you, broski. Yeah, I know, man. Look, there's a lot of HEX inspired fair use merchandise out there. I've even seen a HEX bikini on Twitter. I think Nerd Girl 007 wore a HEX bikini for her like cool video she did. So I've seen a HEX bikini on Twitter in a video. Nerd Girl did it. NRDGRL007, no vowels, on Twitter. When Richard is tired, the clapback is hilarious. I am tired, man. And I'm losing my voice. Because I'm talking like extra loud to talk over this stupid fan. But at least I'm not hot. Richard needs to stop answering dumb questions. Yeah, maybe. Thoughts on the Coinbase IPO? They made more money than Satoshi. Congrats. It's real Lex. No, I don't know. Oh, it says that has a verified? Oh, cool. All right. Guys, I'm mad tired. I think Ben Gertzel was the person Richard interviewed. Yeah, Ben Gertzel. I thought that was a good interview. We did that one in person in Malta. Or no, Singapore. Apart from the Rolex, is there another watch you like from a functionality perspective? Look, all analog watches are basically garbage from a functionality perspective. So if you want to pay for a bunch of extra complications, which I have a very complicated watch I'll show you next time maybe. I guess you can do it. I don't know about the Citizen Skyhawk. I don't know anything about it. Look, it only took me 2 days to pick up all this watch knowledge. So that's it. I'm done. I'm not doing it like keyboards. I'm not spending like a year becoming the keyboard master. I spent 2 days. I know I memorized every expensive watch, why they're expensive. I got it all figured out. And now I'm done. I'm done with it. So I got a $100,000 watch. It's not this one. I'm done. I'm finished with it. I don't have to fuck with it anymore. I'm not doing tool worship. I bought my fake boy jewelry. Not putting any time into it. Not doing any more tool worship. I already did the camera tool worship. I already did the keyboard tool worship. Not doing the watch tool worship. I'm not. I already figured out the best ones and why they're the best, and I'm done. I'll tell it to you in the next video. Yes, I'm done. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining. We did 4 hours and 9 minutes, 10 minutes. You're awesome. Before you eject, which I know you're dying to do, twitter.com/Richard Hart win. Click follow. youtube.com/Richard Hart. Click subscribe. Click like. Click the bell. Click all. t.me/SciVive. Read my book. Read both books. They're free. You'll love them. Do it. You don't have to read them linearly. You can skip to the parts you like. HEX.com. HEX.com/TechSpecs. HEX.com/testimonials. HEX.com/dev. HEX.com/trading. Have fun with that stuff. By the way, we got on Telegram, we got tons of chats, trading chats, bear chats, people that are praying for the price to go down to get better entries. HEX memes. We got HEX Reddit, hexcrypto.reddit.com, hexmemes.reddit.com. sends.org/donate if you want to donate to charity. What else? Free books, free chat, free YouTube, no ads, no super chats, none of that stuff. Yeah, I'm excited about HEX. And thank God, if you're watching, Mr. Big Giant Whale Guy, they just ended a 1.6 billion HEX stake for like, I don't know, 20, $30 million today. Thank you for restaking $1 billion of that for 10 years. Appreciate it. HEXicans appreciate it. We really love your belief in it. We all believe in it too. And I see that you're still sitting on like 1.2B, something like that. Love to see you stake it for a long time. Be great. But if you got to dump it on 1inch.exchange or 1inch.eth link or matcha.xyz so it spreads across all the liquidity so that you're not making an arbitrage bot rich. Or even smarter, I think, use a limit order. No reason to sell low when you can sell higher. So anybody that needs to exit, you can set a limit order on matcha.xyz. You can be the liquidity. And then if you need to get out quicker, you can just market sell some, right? But from what I've seen, I think this guy's got so much money. If he needed more, he could sell his ETH instead of his HEX, in my opinion. I haven't done the chain analysis. I know Silver the Antidote's done a lot of chain analysis. From what I've heard from him or his videos, I think that the gentleman that has tens of millions of dollars of HEX that ended stake today, I think he might also have 100,000 ETH. So he's got like 180 million ETH, maybe more. Doesn't really need to sell his 10M of HEX, probably, right? But we'll see. And that's it, guys. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much for your kind words. And even the guy that I laid into, thank you for rephrasing and bringing a very good question that I think is important and relevant, and a very, very good question. I appreciate you with following up on that one. You know, I'd love to see that. You had a great question in you. And so I'm glad that we could add value like that. Appreciate it, guys. See you tomorrow. Keep up the good work. Enjoy the bull market. You know, life is good, man. Enjoy it. See you guys.